Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the International Symposium, Phantom of Cold War, Traces, Aesthetics, and the Reinterpretations of Contemporary Politics. This symposium is a part of the Shadow World exhibition, which is held at the 8th floor of Bangkok Art and Culture Center, Jim Thompson Art Center Galleries, and East William Warren Library, as well as Jim Thompson House Museum. For today's program is curated by Assistant Professor Sorayut Iem Yut. It's co-organized by Bangkok Art and Culture Center, Jim Thompson Art Center, and MA Curatorial Practice International Program, Faculty of Fine and Applied Art, Chulalongkorn University. I'm Assistant Professor Dr. Haisang Javanalikhikara, and I will be the program moderator for today. This symposium brings together leading scholars, artists, curators from around the world to look into presence of Cold War ideology in Thailand and Southeast Asia. We will explore how aesthetics, narrative, and political touches of Cold War continue to shape contemporary society and cultural production. Before we begin, I would like to remind you that the schedule is subject to minor changes throughout the day. Also, please turn your phones into silent mode to avoid interruption. Thank you very much. So to formally open this symposium, may I invite Ms. Adulya Hoontrakul, Director of Bangkok Art and Culture Center, to give her welcome speech.
สวัสดีค่ะ Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the BACC and welcome to our auditorium. Welcome to today's event. We are an art center that our programming extend beyond exhibitions. For the past 2 years, myself and my education department team have been hard at work to create a strong educational program for our general audience, but also for our academic friends, as we are all art history students, and I think we consider ourselves lifelong art history students, myself included. So it is a great honor to be able to host an event like this, a seminar like this, where it is a gathering of great minds and writers. And so I'd like to thank the Jim Thompson Art Center, who are also our collaborators for the exhibition. This seminar is a part of the exhibition in the sense that it will work as an event to help expand the narrative, expand the curatorial concept, but also to bring together communities of writers and thinkers who have been doing research on this subject for a very, very long time. And so I really look forward to today's keynote speakers, artist talks, and but most importantly, during the Q&A session, I think this is important to open the space up for students as well, to be able to ask the questions that you may have been waiting to ask these writers that I'm sure you are reading their text. So I encourage today's students, I see many of you here today, take this opportunity to grill these speakers. So with that, thank you again and welcome again. And I do hope you do stay for the afternoon sessions as well. And then in between that, of course, the exhibition is on the 8th floor. So please do go take another walk around. And I just wanted to give a special mention to Gridthiya Gaweewong, who is the head curator of this entire collaborative effort. Thank you to her and to the Jim Thompson Art Center and of course the JHW Foundation. Congratulations on your 50-year anniversary. Thank you very much and I hope to speak to you all after this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Adulya, for this co-hosting and then welcoming to your event and your space. So next, I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of MA Curatorial Practice, Faculty of Fine and Applied Art, Chulalongkorn University, to also offer few words of welcome. So I'm also the part of the opening speech. Okay, so first I would like to thank you BACC and Jim Thompson Art Center to having us MA Curator Practice program as a part of this event, this academic symposium. And I would like to thank also Assistant Professor Sorayut Yut, a program curator, along with the organization team from all institutions, the moderator, panelists, and keynote speakers to have like contributing your knowledge and then time and energies for today's event. I see a lot of people here and I'm really pleased that we can get like a lot of scholars, curators, as well as students to be in this whole space together. So this symposium actually offers us the opportunity to revisit Cold War, not for the historical event, but also how the traces of Cold War coming into today's like contemporary context and everything. So for our MA program, this symposium is especially very important that it help us to it reflects our commitment into bridging and building the connection between historical context into contemporary situations for today. So for today's event, we are hoping that for everyone to get some many things actually into your mind and then digest and then acknowledge things that the panelists, lecturers, and keynote speakers will talk to us today. And then I hope that this will continue into the further discussions after this symposium and beyond. And once again, thank you for your participation, and I hope you will have get great experience. And I encourage you to, as I said, continue this discussion. Thank you very much. And back to being the moderator again. So this is now my privilege to invite Dr. Gridthiya Gaweewong, the lead curator of the Shadow World exhibition and director of Jim Thompson Art Center, to provide introduction to this symposium's context and contextual framework.
Hello everyone. Can I have a first slide, please? อันแรกก่อนได้ปะไม่อันแรกค่ะ sorry ที่เป็น start with Jim Thompson. Hi, thank you so much for waking up too early, to attend this hardcore kind of international seminar. And I also thank the BACC again, for hosting and collaborating with us to celebrate the 50 years anniversary of the James H.W. Thompson Foundation. And actually, I kind of prepare in Thai, so let me switch the language. And if any one of you, the international audience, I think we have the headphone, the translation in the front, right? If I remember. So please take the headphone. Okay. ค่ะก็ขอสวิชภาษานะคะก็ขอบคุณทุกท่านที่ตื่นเช้ามาฟังสัมมนาวันนี้นะคะจริงๆแล้วงานนี้นะคะเราจัดขึ้นมาเพื่อเป็นการเฉลิมฉลอง50ปีของมูลนิธิเจมส์ H.W. ทอมสันซึ่งชื่อเล่นก็คือจิมทอมสันนะที่พวกเรารู้จักกันทีนี้ก่อนที่เราจะเข้าไปสู่เนื้อหาของการสัมมนาวิชาการวันนี้ก็ขอเท้าความนิดนึงซึ่งบางคนอาจจะเข้าไปดูที่บ้านเขาแล้วจิมทอมสันมาเมืองไทยเขาเกิดปี1906นะคะแล้วก็หายตัวไปปี1967แล้วก็ตอนหลังจากที่เขาหายตัวไปเนี่ยเขาก็ทิ้งมรดกไว้ให้กับหลานชายชื่อเฮนรี่บีทอมสันแต่คุณเฮนรี่เนี่ยเขาอยู่ที่นิวยอร์กแต่ก็เลยไม่ได้อยากได้บ้านไว้นะคะแล้วเขารู้ว่าคุณจิมเนี่ยต้องอยากจะเอาบ้านเนี่ยทำเป็นพิพิธภัณฑ์ให้กับคนไทยได้เหมือนกับ appreciate นะคะทีนี้เราก็เลยก่อตั้งพิพิธภัณฑ์ตอนปี1975นะคะนั่นก็คือ50ปีที่ผ่านมาค่ะขอบคุณค่ะต่อนะคะหลังจากนั้นนะคะขอสไลด์ต่อไปหลังจากนั้นประมาณ2003พอดีค่ะมีปัญหาเรื่องผังเมืองของกทมนะคะเพราะถ้าเกิดใครที่อายุเกิน23ปีเนี่ยจะรู้ว่ามันเคยมีการที่จะสร้างทางด่วนเกิดขึ้นนะคะบางโคแจ้งวัฒนะแล้วก็จะมีexit อันหนึ่งที่อยู่ตรงลาดดำริแล้วก็ถ้าเกิดทางด่วนนั้นเกิดขึ้นเสาของทางด่วนนะคะจะไปลงที่บ้านครัว ซึ่งก็เป็นชุมชนที่จิมทอมสันทำงานด้วยเป็นชุมชนมุสลิมเก่าแก่ตั้งแต่200กว่าปีต้นรัตนโกสินทร์เสาอีกอันหนึ่งของทางด่วนเนี่ยค่ะจะมาลงที่ห้องรับแขกบ้านจิมในความที่ว่ากฎหมายของไทยนะคะว่าถ้าคุณเป็นมูลนิธิเนี่ยคุณไม่สามารถที่จะทำงานกิจกรรมทางการเมืองได้หมายความว่าเราไม่สามารถที่จะประท้วงรัฐบาลได้หรือประท้วงกทมเจ้าของที่นี้ได้เราก็เลยสนับสนุนบ้านครัวซึ่งเป็นชุมชนที่เขาได้ต่อต้านนะคะกทมไม่ให้สร้างทางด่วนโดยสนับสนุนให้บ้านครัวทำรีเสิร์ชแล้วก็ทำหนังสือถึงประวัติศาสตร์ของบ้านครัวว่าเป็นมาอย่างไงทีนี้ทางบอร์ดของมูลนิธิก็เลยก่อตั้งคิดว่าการที่มีบ้านจิมอย่างเดียวแล้วก็คนที่มาบ้านจิมเนี่ยเป็นนักท่องเที่ยวเขาไม่ได้อยู่ตลอดเขามาแล้วเขาไปดังนั้นเราก็เลยอยากจะทำหอศิลป์ขึ้นมาเพื่อที่จะ engage กับcommunity ที่นี่นั่นคือกำเนิดของจิมทอมสันอาร์ตเซ็นเตอร์ซึ่งก่อนหน้านั้นชื่อว่าจิมทอมสันเซ็นเตอร์ for Textile and Art นะคะเราก็อยู่กันมา20กว่าปีนะคะแล้วเดี๋ยวประมาณอีก 2-3 ปีค่อยฉลอง25ปีจิมทอมสันอาร์ตเซ็นเตอร์ขอให้ทุกคนรอติดตามค่ะเราก็ทำกิจกรรมเรื่อยๆนะคะซึ่งก็มีงานตั้งแต่ local regional แล้วก็ international นะคะซึ่งเราทำกันตลอดแล้วก็ส่วนใหญ่คนจะมองว่าอุ๊ยถ้าจิมทอมสันอาร์ตเซ็นเตอร์ทำไมไม่ทำแต่ textile บอกไม่ใช่เราอยากจะ engage กับบริบทของจิมทอมสันแล้วก็ enhance mission ของ foundation ซึ่งหลักๆก็คือสนับสนุนกิจกรรมทางศิลปะวัฒนธรรมของไทยเราก็ขยายอาร์ตเซ็นเตอร์ก็ขยายไม่ใช่แค่ของไทยแต่เป็นไทยในความสัมพันธ์กับต่างประเทศด้วยนะคะต่อค่ะดังนั้นพอครบรอบ50ปีพวกเราก็เลยอยากจะเหมือนกับย้อนให้ทุกคนย้อนกลับไปดูในยุคที่จิมทอมสันจากมาเราได้เจอนักวิชาการคนหนึ่งซึ่งอยู่มาวันหนึ่งก็ติดต่อมาแล้วก็บอกขอดูอาร์ไคฟ์ของจิมทอมสันหน่อยได้ไหมเพราะฉันทำเรื่องเมืองไทยในสงครามเย็นแล้วเราก็คุยกันเรื่อยๆนะซึ่งคนนั้นคือวันหนึ่งในคีย์โนตของเราเป็นทิวฟิลิปนะเขาบอกเนี่ยตอนนี้คือตอนที่แมทธิวเขาทำตีสิสปอเอกเขาทำเรื่องเมืองไทยนะคะแล้วก็ได้รับแรงบันดาลใจมาจากซีรีส์ของที่อเมริกาได้จัดทำนะชื่อว่า March of Time ค่ะแล้วคือในช่วงนั้นนะอเมริกาพยายามที่จะทำความเข้าใจเมืองต่างๆทั่วโลกแล้วมีอยู่ตอนหนึ่งเขามาถ่ายที่กรุงเทพแล้วเขาตั้งชื่อว่า Bangkok Oasis of the Trouble Continent นะคะซึ่งเรามองว่ามันเป็นอะไรที่แบบน่าสนใจมากๆแล้วโอ้ยกรุงเทพมันเป็น Oasis ของทวีปที่มีปัญหาแล้วก็ส่วนหนึ่งก็ของงานของแมทธิวก็ใช้ชื่อนี้เป็น thesis ปอเอกด้วยแต่ตอนหลังเขาก็ได้รับการตีพิมพ์หนังสือซึ่งเป็นหนังสือที่ได้รับความนิยมมากในหมู่คนสนใจสงครามเย็นต่อค่ะชื่อหนังสือนี้นะทุกคนยังไปซื้อได้นะคะไม่ว่าจะที่คิโนคุนิยะหรือว่าที่ไหนก็ตามเรายังมีขายอยู่นะคะช่วยแมทธิวขายของด้วยค่ะโอเคค่ะนี่คือเป็นแรงบันดาลใจที่ทำให้เรามาถึงจุดนี้นะซึ่งพวกเราก็ทำรีเสิร์ชกันมาเรื่อยๆอะไรที่เกี่ยวกับสงครามเย็นเกี่ยวกับเมืองไทยเกี่ยวกับจิมทอมสันเกี่ยวกับเซาท์อีสต์เอเชียนะคะต่อค่ะแล้วทีนี้จริงๆแล้วมันก็มีนิทรรศการที่ทำงานเรื่องสงครามเย็นกับเรื่อง culture of the Cold War ที่น่าสนใจนิทรรศการหนึ่งที่เพื่อนๆ Curator ชื่อแอนซัมฟรังเป็น Curator อยู่ที่ House of the World Culture ที่เบอร์ลินเขาได้สำรวจแบบ in depth มากๆเกี่ยวกับบทบาทของอเมริกาในการสร้าง discourse แล้วก็ในการสนับสนุนโครงการของสงครามเย็นชื่องาน Parapolitics นะคะ Culture Freedom and the Cold War แล้วงานนี้ถ้าเกิดใครสนใจนะคะก็ไปหาอ่านได้เพราะว่าเป็นแคตตาล็อกที่เขาแบบได้รวบรวมนักเขียนหรือว่าคนที่ทำงานด้านโควอร์จากหลายๆประเทศซึ่งหนึ่งในนั้นคอนทริบิวเตอร์ชื่อฮันจินคิมเขาก็มาที่นี่ด้วยหลายๆนักวิชาการหลายๆคนที่ทำงานเรื่องสงครามเย็นบินมาเพื่องานนี้เยอะเหมือนกันนะคะก็ขอต้อนรับด้วยขอบคุณมากค่ะอีกอันนึงนะคะต่อค่ะทีนี้คำถามค่ะพอตอนแรกเราเริ่มนิทรรศการเราชื่อว่า Oasis of the Trouble ไม่ใช่คอนติเนนต์แต่ Trouble World นะคะพอตอนหลังมันเริ่มเกิดสงครามเริ่มเกิดรัสเซียยูเครนเริ่มเกิดปัญหาจากอิสราเอลปาเลสไตน์แล้วก็จนถึงเราได้รัฐบาลใหม่คือคุณทรัมป์นะคะรู้สึกว่ามันไม่ใช่แค่นั้นแล้วเราก็เลยแบบเปลี่ยนดีกว่าเปลี่ยนชื่อดีกว่าคือเปลี่ยนชื่อมา 2-3 รอบนะก่อนที่จะมาเป็น The Shattered World ถึงวันนี้นะคะคำถามที่เราตั้งใจที่จะ เหมือนกับถามตัวเองแล้วก็ถามพวกเรากันเองว่าถ้าเราใช้กรุงเทพซึ่งตรงนี้นะคะซึ่งก็เป็นของหอศิลป์กทมใช่ไหมกรุงเทพเมื่อก่อนมันเคยเป็นศูนย์กลางเอสพลานาดเคยเป็นศูนย์กลางแบบในยุคสงครามเย็นและทุกวันนี้คือทั่วโลกเขาเดือดร้อนกันหมดกรุงเทพยังเป็นเมืองที่คนมาท่องเที่ยวมันยังเป็นอยู่มันยังเป็นอยู่ได้ไหมอะไรเงี้ยคือมันเป็นความรู้สึกที่แบบน่าสนใจที่เราจะ explore กรุงเทพแต่ในขณะเดียวกันเราก็อยากจะ expand การรับรู้ของไม่ใช่แค่กรุงเทพแล้วก็ Southeast Asia แต่เราอยากเห็นว่าที่อื่นเมืองอื่นที่เขาได้รับผลกระทบในสงครามเย็นไม่ใช่แค่จากฝั่งคอมมิวนิสต์และโลกเสรีในบริบทของเอเชียตะวันออกเฉียงใต้แต่ถ้าเป็นยูเรเชียหรือว่าเป็นโลกประเทศหลังโซเวียตแล้วเขาจะรู้สึกยังไงดังนั้นเราก็เลยเชิญศิลปินที่มาจากคาซัคสถานแล้วก็โปแลนด์นะคะมาด้วยมันก็เลยเกิดเป็นคำย่อมาว่าไมโครนาร์เรทีฟหรือเรื่องเล่าขนาดย่อมจากโฮจิมินห์เทรลสู่ทุ่งหญ้าสเต็ปนะคะอันนี้ก็เป็นที่มาของนิทรรศการนะคะแล้วก็ศิลปินหลายๆคนที่เราเชิญมาต่อเลยค่ะศิลปินหลายๆคนที่เราเชิญเข้ามาร่วมเนี่ยทุกคนเป็นส่วนหนึ่งของการที่เราได้ทำงานร่วมกันตั้งแต่สมัยกวางจูเบนาเล่สมัยหลายๆโชว์นะคะแล้วก็ได้ไปทำรีเสิร์ชได้ไปเห็นมาเป็นการรวบรวมรีเสิร์ชที่ทำมาประมาณ 10-20 ปีนะคะดังนั้นงานหลายๆชิ้นจะไม่ใช่งานใหม่แต่เป็นงาน existing work ของศิลปินแต่เราจับรวมกันให้มาคุยกันนะคะในพื้นที่ที่หอศิลป์กทมซึ่งจะแบ่งเป็นประมาณ 2-3 ส่วนนะไม่ใช่ว่าจะเป็นเรื่อง culture politics หรือว่าเป็นเรื่องสงครามจิตวิทยาหรือว่าเป็นเรื่อง space racing ในขณะเดียวกันค่ะต่อค่ะนี่ค่ะศิลปินหลายๆคนที่ตัวเขาเองเขาทำงานเรื่องสงครามเย็นอยู่แล้วเราก็เลยเชิญเขามาอยู่ด้วยกันนะคะแล้วก็อีกส่วนหนึ่งที่มันค่อนข้างจะเป็นไซส์ specific มากๆก็คือที่บ้านจิมนะคะก็นี่เป็น New Commission ของอาจารย์ประทีปที่ทำเรื่องแผนที่ทหารแล้วก็คีตาอิสรันซึ่งเป็นคนบ้านครัวแล้วก็โดนไล่ที่นะคะบ้านเขาเป็นบ้านกลุ่มแรกที่โดนไล่ที่ออกไปซึ่งได้รับผลกระทบของการวางผังเมืองที่อเมริกาช่วยเราตอนช่วงสงครามเย็นนะคะมันก็เป็นผลกระทบของ urban planning นะคะต่อค่ะแล้วก็อีกกลุ่มหนึ่งก็คือเป็นเรื่องของการประชุมที่ไม่ประสบความสำเร็จที่โลกที่3พยายามที่จะทำงานร่วมกันก็คือที่บันดุงกับที่ non alignment ดังนั้นไอเดียพวกนี้ต่างๆนานาเนี่ยมันจะโผล่ไปเห็นงานไม่ใช่แค่ศิลปินคนเดียวแต่มันจะรีเลทกันมันจะโผล่ไปตามงานต่างๆนั่นคือความสนุกของการทำ curation แต่ว่าเราอยากให้คนดูได้ดูด้วยค่ะว่ามันมีลิงก์อะไรที่มันโผล่มาตามที่ต่างๆคือเหมือนกับ connect dot ด้วยตัวเองนะคะก็ทีนี้ก่อนที่เราจะเข้าสู่รายการนะคะก็อยากจะให้จะแสดงความขอบคุณนะคะคนที่มีส่วนร่วมโดยเฉพาะอย่างยิ่งการจัดงานสัมมนาวันนี้นะคะก็อยากขอบคุณอาจารย์จุ้ยสรยุทธนะคะที่มาเป็น Curator ของเราใน Public Program นะคะแล้วก็ได้เชิญนักวิชาการทั้งหลายแล้วก็รวมทั้ง Curator แล้วก็ศิลปินให้มาอยู่ในเวทีนี้นะคะแล้วนอกจากนั้นก็ขอบคุณอีกครั้งนะคะเข้าทีมงานรินลดาแล้วก็แชมป์ชนะพลนะคะที่ช่วยเราทำนิทรรศการนี้ให้ประสบความสำเร็จและศิลปินทุกคนนะคะที่เข้าร่วมรวมทั้งหอศิลป์กทมเทคโก้นะคะแล้วก็หลักสูตร Curator Practice ที่จุฬานะคะรวมทั้งฝ่ายสนับสนุนที่ทำให้เกิดนิทรรศการนี้ทุกคนและซุปเปอร์นอร์มอลค่ะที่ติดตั้งงานค่ะขอบคุณมากค่ะทุกคน
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Gridthiya, for this intellectual essentials, how this exhibition comes to be, and then the historical context of where we are now today. So we will now move on to a series of keynote lectures providing perspective on Cold War traces in Thailand and Southeast Asia. So first, please welcome Professor Dr. Puangthong Pawakapan, lecturer at the Department of International Relations, Faculty of Political Science, Chulalongkorn University. She will be presenting her keynote lecture titled, There Has Never Been a Cold War in Thailand. So this keynote will be in Thai, so if you need, please put on your translation devices.
สวัสดีค่ะท่านผู้มีเกียรติทุกท่านนะคะ First of all, let me tell you, I'm already informed the organizer that I will speak in Thai because I learned that majority of the audience are Thai, so it makes sense for me to speak in Thai. So please get the headphone ขอบคุณมากนะคะสำหรับหอศิลป์บ้านจิมทอมสันนะคะหอศิลปวัฒนธรรมแห่งกรุงเทพมหานครคณะศิลปกรรมศาสตร์จุฬาลงกรณ์มหาวิทยาลัยและโดยเฉพาะอย่างยิ่งอาจารย์สรยุทธเอี่ยมเอื้อยุทธนะคะที่ให้เกียรติเชิญดิฉันมาพูดในวันนี้นะคะซึ่งจริงๆแล้วดิฉันเป็นคนที่ไม่ได้มีความรู้ด้านศิลปะมากนักนะคะแล้วไม่ได้เป็นคนที่อาร์ติสติกอะไรแต่ว่าก็ถือว่านี่เป็นการมาแชร์มุมมองนะคะสำหรับคนที่เกิดมาโตขึ้นมาในช่วงของยุคสงครามเย็นด้วยนะคะคือทำไมดิฉันตั้งชื่อว่าเคยมีสงครามเย็นในประเทศไทยหรือไม่จริงๆแล้วหัวข้อเดิมที่บอกอาจารย์สรยุทธไปเนี่ยคือหัวข้อไม่เคยมีสงครามเย็นในประเทศไทยนะคะในความหมายที่ว่าฉันมองว่าสงครามเย็นนั้นไม่ได้ดำรงอยู่ในความรับรู้ของคนไทยส่วนใหญ่นะคะคือคนส่วนใหญ่ในประเทศนี้เนี่ยฉันมองว่าไม่ได้รู้ว่าประเทศไทยมีบทบาทสำคัญต่อโศกนาฏกรรมของจากการที่เราสนับสนุนให้สหรัฐอเมริกาไปทิ้งระเบิดหลายล้านตันในเวียดนามลาวและกัมพูชานะคะคนส่วนใหญ่ไม่เคยรู้ว่าประเทศไทยเคยมีบทบาทสำคัญที่จะช่วยทำให้ต่ออายุของระบอบเขมรแดงในกัมพูชานะคะแล้วก็ต่ออายุให้กับสงครามกลางเมืองในกัมพูชาเป็นเวลาอีกเป็นทศวรรษนะคะทั้งที่ในความเป็นจริงดิฉันมองว่าสังคมไทยเองไม่เคยสามารถสลัดตัวเองให้หลุดจากสงครามเย็นได้เลยนะคะสงครามเย็นยังคงครอบงำความคิดและการปฏิบัติสารพัดชนิดของรัฐและประชาชนในสังคมอย่างเข้มข้นแต่เพราะคนส่วนใหญ่ไม่มีความรู้เกี่ยวกับมันไม่ได้รับรู้นะคะไม่ได้มันสงครามเย็นไม่ได้อยู่ในความรับรู้ของเราเนี่ยมันจึงเสมือนไม่ได้ดำรงอยู่นะคะดิฉันอยากจะขอเล่าประสบการณ์นิดนึงขอจากการสอนหนังสือในประเทศไทยนะคะคือดิฉันเริ่มสอนหนังสือที่จุฬาเนี่ยในปี2548หรือ2005นะคะมีอยู่ปีหนึ่งนะคะถ้าจะไม่ผิดคือปี2555มีทูตต่างชาติในยุโรปประเทศหนึ่งนะคะก็มาขอนั่งฟังการบรรยายในวิชาการต่างประเทศไทยนะคะเพราะว่าท่านคือมาก่อนเวลาประมาณ2 เดือนก็เลยอยากจะมาเรียนรู้เกี่ยวกับการเมืองไทยนะคะซึ่งก็ปกติของสัปดาห์แรกนะคะของการเลคเชอร์ก็คือก็จะต้องพูดถึงซิลิบัสไอ้เขาโครงของวิชาการสอนก่อนว่าวิชานี้จะสอนอะไรบ้างนะคะซึ่งมันก็ต้องมีเรื่องของสงครามเวียดนามและก็เขมรแดงอยู่แล้วนะคะงั้นดิฉันก็เลยถามนิสิตว่ามีใครรู้จักสงครามเวียดนามไหมนะคะมีอยู่ไม่กี่คนที่ยกมือบอกว่าเคยได้ยินนะคะมีใครรู้จักเขมรแดงไหมแทบจะไม่มีใครรู้จักเลยนะคะอาจจะเคยได้ยินแต่ว่าอธิบายไม่ได้ว่ามันคืออะไรเกิดขึ้นเมื่อไหร่นะคะแล้วก็เกี่ยวข้องกับประเทศไทยอย่างไรนะคะซึ่งพอจบคลาสจบชั่วโมงการสอนท่านทูตก็เดินมาถามดิฉันนะคะคือพูดด้วยความงงงวยมากเป็นไปได้อย่างไรที่คนไทยไม่รู้จักสงครามเวียดนามไม่รู้จักเขมรแดงดิฉันบอกว่ามีอีกเยอะเลยค่ะที่คนไทยไม่รู้โดยเฉพาะเรื่องที่ทำให้ประเทศไทยดูแย่นะคะคือพวกเราคนไทยเนี่ยนะคะอาจจะเคยชินกับความไม่รู้ของเรานะคะหรือว่าเราไม่รู้อะไรเงี้ยนะคะแต่ว่ามันเป็นเรื่องเหลือเชื่อสำหรับคนนอกสังคมไทยที่ไม่เข้าใจว่าทำไมเราไม่รู้เรื่องที่ใกล้ชิดกับเรามากขนาดนี้เรื่องที่ไทยเข้าไปมีบทบาทอย่างเต็มที่สงครามเวียดนามเป็นสงครามที่ร้อนแรงที่สุดในช่วงสงครามเย็นในขณะนั้นนะคะคือร้อนแรงที่สุดในโลกก็ว่าได้มีคนเสียชีวิตเฉพาะชาวเวียดนามอย่างเดียวเนี่ยประมาณ5 ล้านคนทหารอเมริกัน 50,000 กว่าคนเป็นการเสียชีวิตของทหารอเมริกันนอกประเทศที่มากที่สุดตั้งแต่ตั้งประเทศอเมริกามานะคะเขมรแดงเป็นระบอบที่โหดเหี้ยมมากที่สุดระบอบหนึ่งของโลกนะคะแล้วก็ไทยเข้าไปเกี่ยวข้องโดยตรงดิฉันไม่โทษว่าเป็นความผิดของนักศึกษานะคะเพราะว่าช่วงที่ดิฉันเป็นนักศึกษาปริญญาตรีที่คณะรัฐศาสตร์ธรรมศาสตร์เนี่ยช่วงปี1982ถึง1986ก็ไม่เคยมีการเรียนการสอนเกี่ยวกับเรื่องสงครามเย็นหรือสงครามเวียดนามนะคะเมื่อกลับมาสอนหนังสือในเมืองไทยก็พบว่าก็แทบจะไม่มีงานเขียนภาษาไทยที่เกี่ยวข้องกับบทบาทของไทยในสงครามเวียดนามและในการสนับสนุนเขมรแดงเลยโดยเฉพาะเขมรแดงชี้ว่าไม่มีเลยนะคะแม้ว่าในโลกภาษาอังกฤษจะมีงานเกี่ยวกับ2 เรื่องนี้เนี่ยออกมาจำนวนมากโดยเฉพาะอย่างยิ่งสงครามเวียดนามนะคะแต่เราก็ทราบพอดีว่าภาษาอังกฤษเป็นข้อจำกัดของคนไทยของนักศึกษาไทยนะคะซึ่งนี่ก็เป็นเหตุผลหนึ่งที่ทำให้ฉันเขียนหนังสือเกี่ยวกับเรื่องสงครามเย็นโทษทีสงครามเวียดนามนะคะการที่รัฐไทยในช่วงเวลานั้นพยายามที่ justify การเข้าไปมีส่วนร่วมสนับสนุนอเมริกานะคะรวมถึงบทบาทของไทยในการสนับสนุนระบอบเขมรแดงงั้นฉันคิดว่าไม่เป็นการเกินไปที่บอกว่าคนไทยส่วนใหญ่ไม่รู้เกี่ยวกับสงครามเย็น คนจำนวนมากอาจจะรู้เหตุการณ์บางอย่างนะคะแต่มองไม่เห็นถึงความเกี่ยวพันกับสงครามเย็นเช่นคนรุ่น Baby Boomer และ Generation X อาจจะรู้จากประวัติศาสตร์การเสียดินแดนของไทยนะคะได้ยินเกี่ยวกับเรื่องอุดมการณ์ราชาชาตินิยมรู้จักโครงการในพระราชดำริได้ดูหนังรักชาติจำนวนมากแต่ไม่รู้ว่ามันเกี่ยวข้องกับสงครามเย็นอย่างไรเป็นต้นนะคะดิฉันจึงมองว่าสงครามเย็นไม่ได้อยู่ในความตระหนักรู้ของคนไทยเมื่อไม่รู้จักมันก็มองไม่เห็นว่าหลายสิ่งหลายอย่างที่ครอบงำและความคิดและการปฏิบัติของเราอยู่ทุกวันนี้เป็นสิ่งที่สืบทอดมาจากสงครามเย็นดิฉันไม่ได้มองว่าเป็นมรดกด้วยซ้ำไปนะคะเวลาที่พูดถึงมรดกล่ะเนี่ยมันราวกับว่ามันมีแค่เศษเสี้ยวหนึ่งที่ตกทอดมาเหลืออยู่นะคะในความจริงคิดว่ามันเป็นความต่อเนื่องที่ไม่ได้ถูกอินทรัพจริงๆเลยนะคะในเรื่องของ mentality เรื่องของความคิดการปฏิบัติในยุคสงครามเย็นนะคะแต่สำหรับดิฉันที่โตมากับสงครามเย็นแล้วก็สนใจศึกษาสงครามเย็นเนี่ยดิฉันมองเห็นว่าทำการเมืองของสงครามเย็นอยู่เต็มไปหมดแล้วก็มันก็ยังทรงพลังอยู่จนทุกวันนี้นะคะเวลาบอกว่าดิฉันโตมากับยุคสงครามเย็นเนี่ยมันเป็นอย่างไรนะคะขออนุญาตเล่าประสบการณ์ไว้เด็กนิดหนึ่งก็คือดิฉันเกิดในปีที่สภาคองเกรสของสหรัฐอเมริกาอนุมัติมติอ่าวตังเกียหรือ The Tonkin Gulf Resolution ซึ่งเป็นใบอนุญาตให้กับประธานาธิบดีจอห์นสันและรัฐบาลอเมริกันหลังจากนั้นเปิดฉากทิ้งระเบิดในเวียดนามเหนือแล้วมันก็ขยายต่อไปอย่างบ้าคลั่งเข้าสู่เวียดนามใต้ลาวและกัมพูชาตอนเกิดเหตุการณ์14ตุลาดิฉันอยู่ป .4 ตอนเกิดเหตุการณ์6ตุลาดิฉันอยู่ป .7 แม้ว่าจะยังเด็กมากแต่ว่าก็พอรับรู้เรื่องราวเพราะว่าโตมาในย่านที่ถูกล้อมรอบโดยทำเนียบรัฐบาลถนนราชดำเนินนอกค่ายทหารนะคะฉะนั้นเวลาที่เกิดเหตุการณ์เช่นรัฐประหารหรือการประท้วงใหญ่ของประชาชนนักศึกษาประชาชนคนในย่านนี้จะรู้ก่อนจะได้รับผลกระทบก่อนใครนะคะเด็กนักเรียนรุ่นดิฉันโตมากับสงครามจิตวิทยาในยุคสงครามเย็นนะคะซึ่งก็มีการใช้ศิลปะเป็นเครื่องมือไม่ว่าจะเป็นเพลงภาพยนตร์ภาพวาดนะคะคนรุ่นดิฉันรักชาตินะคะคือร้องเพลงชาตินิยมเพลงรักชาติเนี่ยเก่งมากๆนะคะช่วยเปิดเพลงนิดนึงเพลงบางระจันศึกบางระจันเราสู้เสียเนื้อมีไฟเบาคนใดเห็นไทยเป็นข้าหนักแผ่นดินทุกชาติเชื้อชนถิ่นไทยแต่ยังฟังคำกินก็ปล่อยสิ้นไทยไปในคนไทยเช่นค่าของมันหนักแผ่นดินหนักแผ่นดินหนักแผ่นดินหนักแผ่นดินคนเช่นนี้เป็นคนหนักแผ่นดินเพลงพวกนี้แล้วก็อีกหลายเพลงเลยเป็นเพลงที่คนรุ่นฉันร้องเก่งมากนะคะฉันจำได้ว่าตอนอยู่ประมาณป .7 นะคะเป็นปีที่เกิด6ตุลาเนี่ยก่อนกลับบ้านประมาณ15นาทีเด็กนักเรียนทุกห้องจะถูกให้ร้องเพลงเหล่านี้เป็นเวลา15นาทีทั้งโรงเรียนดังกระหึ่มไปด้วยเพลงเหล่านี้นะคะเราก็ร้องกันอย่างสนุกสนานมากนะคะฉะนั้นเราก็เติบโตมากับเรื่องราวของการเสียสละของบรรพบุรุษไทยที่ถูกถ่ายทอดผ่านข่าวงานเขียนเรื่องเล่าภาพยนตร์นะคะซึ่งก็ทำให้เราซาบซึ้งจนน้ำตาไหลบ่อยๆแล้วก็ทำให้เราเกลียดกลัวคอมมิวนิสต์ทำให้เรารักความเป็นไทยนะคะดูถูกและเกลียดชังความเป็นลาวเขมรแล้วก็เวียดนามนะคะเมื่อไม่รู้เกี่ยวกับสงครามเย็นคนส่วนใหญ่จึงไม่รู้ว่าประเทศไทยเคยเป็นฐานทัพให้อเมริกาไปทิ้งระเบิดและก็ทิ้งฝนเหลืองอย่างบ้าระห่ำในประเทศเพื่อนบ้านทางขวานั่นคือพื้นที่ที่โดนฝนเหลืองหรือ Agent Orange นะคะคนส่วนใหญ่ไม่รู้ว่าหน่วยตำรวจพลร่มขอสไลด์ถัดไปค่ะคนส่วนใหญ่ไม่รู้หน่วยตำรวจพลร่มนะคะที่ถูกขนเข้ามาสังหารนักศึกษาประชาชนที่ธรรมศาสตร์ในเช้าวันที่6ตุลานั้นมีกำเนิดมาจากการร่วมมือของรัฐไทยกับ CIA เพื่อเข้าไปทำสงครามลับในลาวแต่เขาใช้หน่วยที่สำหรับปฏิบัติการสงครามลับนั้นมาปราบกับนักศึกษาเมื่อวันที่6ตุลา เมื่อไม่รู้สงครามเย็นคนไทยจึงไม่เข้าใจว่าทำไมเราจึงไม่เคยเป็นมิตรกับประเทศเพื่อนบ้านได้จริงๆนะคะลาวเวียดนามกัมพูชาแม้ว่าเราจะเป็นสมาชิกอาเซียนร่วมกันมาเกือบ30 ปีแล้วคนที่รุ่นดิฉันโตมากับความเชื่อว่าเวียดกงนะคะขอสไลด์ถัดไปด้วยค่ะเป็นพวกที่เป็นโรคจิตเหี้ยมโหดทารุณนะคะตอนที่เวียดนามบุกกัมพูชาเนี่ยยึดพนมเปญได้ในเดือนมกราคมปี 1979 ดิฉันจำได้ว่าคนในประเทศไทยรวมถึงรุ่นดิฉันด้วยนะคะตอนนั้นดิฉันอยู่มศ.2 ซึ่งก็คือมศ.3คือม.3 ในปัจจุบันนะคะอยู่ในภาวะแพนิคเราไม่รู้ว่าเวียดนามจะบุกไทยต่อไหมเรากำลังจะกลายเป็นโดมิโนตัวถัดไปหรือไม่นะคะเราว่าโชคดีระบบพันธมิตรในสงครามเย็นในช่วงครึ่งหลังสงครามเย็นมันเปลี่ยนนะคะกลายเป็นว่าสหรัฐอเมริกาจับมือกับจีนนะคะเพื่อที่จะสนับสนุนเขมรแดงเพื่อที่จะต่อสู้กับเวียดนามนะคะคล้ายๆทำนองเดียวกันกับสงครามเย็นรุ่นที่2ในขณะนี้ที่ระบบพันธมิตรก็เปลี่ยนสวิตช์กันนะคะจนเรางงไปหมดนะคะทรัมป์ก็สามารถที่จะจับมือกับปูตินได้เป็นต้นนะคะในเดือนเดียวกับที่เวียดนามยึดพนมเปญได้สำเร็จนั้นทั่วโลกก็ได้ดูหนังฮอลลีวูดเรื่อง The Deer Hunter นะคะโรเบิร์ต เดนิโรนะคะที่ฉากยิงปืนที่สมองอันนี้นะคะหนังเรื่องนี้เนี่ยทำให้ฉันกลัวเวียดนามมากที่สุดพวกเวียดกงเนี่ยนะคะเพราะว่าในหนังเรื่องนี้เนี่ยมันมีฉากรัสเซียนรูเล็ตคนรุ่นใหม่ไม่รู้จักเกมนี้ไหมนะคะคือมันจะมีไอ้ปืนสั้นเนี่ยนะลูกโม่แล้วก็ใส่กระสุนเข้าไป1 นัดแล้วก็หมุนแล้วก็ผัดกันยิงนะคะใครถูกหวยก็ตายนะคะเป็นฉากที่น่ากลัวแล้วก็มีหลายฉากนะคะคือมีหลายครั้งในหนังเรื่องนี้นะคะดิฉันมองว่าพวกเวียดกงเนี่ยเป็นโรคจิตนะคะคือเล่นรัสเซียรูเล็ตแก้เซ็งแล้วก็เข้าใจผิดมาตลอดว่ามันเป็นเรื่องจริงมันมีเกมนี้จริงๆนะคะกว่าจะรู้ว่ามันไม่ใช่เรื่องจริงนะคะก็ตอนที่ไปเรียนเอกที่ออสเตรเลียแล้วอาจารย์ที่ปรึกษาบอกว่ามันไม่ใช่เรื่องจริงค่ะคือโง่อยู่ทศวรรษหนึ่งนะคะดังนั้นเนี่ยทศวรรษ 1980 เป็นยุคทองของหนังสงครามเวียดนามนะคะแม้ว่าหนังฮอลลีวูดหลายเรื่องจะต่อต้านสงครามเวียดนามแต่พวกเขาก็มักจะฉายภาพไปที่ทหารอเมริกันในฐานะเหยื่อของสงครามมากกว่าจะฉายภาพไปที่โศกนาฏกรรมที่เกิดขึ้นกับคนเวียดนามลาวและกัมพูชานะคะคนไทยเราดูหนังสงครามเวียดนามได้อย่างสนุกสนานมากโดยไม่รู้สึกว่าเกี่ยวข้องอะไรกับประเทศไทยเลยโดยไม่รู้สึกว่ามีเอมพัตตีกับคนที่เป็นเหยื่อของสงครามตัวจริงนะคะคือคนในประเทศเพื่อนบ้านเรานะคะคนไทยในรุ่นนี้ฉันยังได้ดูหนังรักชาติมากมายนะคะขอสไลด์ถัดไปนะคะเป็นหนัง compulsory movie สำหรับคนไทยก็ได้ที่ต้องดูนะคะเด็กไทยต้องดูนักเรียนไทยต้องโรงเรียนต้องพากันขนไปดูนะคะต้องดูแล้วก็ชื่นชมนะคะไม่ควรจะวิจารณ์ในทางลบทุกวันนี้ก็ยังสร้างกันไม่หยุดนะคะคนไทยรุ่นสงครามเย็นแบบดิฉันเนี่ยจึงโตมากับศิลปะแบบ mass consumption ในลักษณะแบบนี้นะคะซึ่งมันก็เป็นส่วนหนึ่งของปฏิบัติการสงครามจิตวิทยาเป็นเครื่องมือสำคัญของการสร้างรัฐความมั่นคงหรือ security state นะคะซึ่งก็ยังแข็งแกร่งจนถึงปัจจุบันขออนุญาตอธิบายค่ะว่า security state นิดนึงนี่เป็นประเด็นที่ฉันอยากจะย้ำในที่นี้นะคะ security state แปลว่าอะไรมันหมายถึงรัฐที่หมกมุ่นอยู่กับการปกป้องกลุ่มอำนาจชนชั้นนำสถาบันหลักของชาตินะคะจากภัยคุกคามทั้งภายในและภายนอกซึ่งในเวลาที่รัฐบอกว่ามันเป็นภัยคุกคามความมั่นคงของชาติเนี่ยมันคือการยกระดับปัญหานั้นให้เป็นปัญหาระดับชาติเป็นปัญหาที่จะส่งผลต่อการดำรงอยู่ของชาตินะคะจะสิ้นชาติหรือไม่ก็นะคะเกี่ยวข้องกับปัญหานี้คือว่าง่ายมันเป็นปัญหาระดับ existential threat นะคะถ้าไม่จัดการอย่างเด็ดขาดก็จะทำให้ชาติตกอยู่ในอันตรายฉะนั้นเมื่ออธิบายว่าเรื่องนั้นๆสำคัญต่อชีวิตของชาติอย่างไรต่อให้เป็นวิธีการที่ละเมิดกฎหมายและสิทธิมนุษยชนของคนในชาติก็จะเป็นต้องใช้ไม่ว่าจะเป็นการซ้อมทรมานบังคับให้สูญหายไปจนถึงสังหารหมู่ประชาชนรัฐความมั่นคงนะคะจำเป็นที่จะต้องใช้สงครามจิตวิทยาเพื่อที่จะสร้างความสนับสนุนจากประชาชนและให้ความชอบธรรมตัวเองนะคะมันจะอยู่ในรูปของโฆษณาชวนเชื่อพิธีกรรมแบบเรียนคำสรรเสริญไปจนถึงการโจมตีคนที่ถูกมองว่าเป็น enemy of the state รัฐความมั่นคงต้องการสร้างพลเมืองที่ว่านอนสอนง่ายเคารพเชื่อฟังอำนาจหลงรักความเป็นไทยไปจนถึงสนับสนุนการกดปราบความเห็นที่แตกต่าง ขอสไลด์ถัดไปนะคะรัฐความมั่นคงทำให้พวกเรารู้สึกว่าชาติไทยมีภัยคุกคามตลอดเวลาบางครั้งก็เป็นภัยจากนอกประเทศบ่อยครั้งเป็น the enemy within นะคะเป็นภัยจากคนไทยด้วยกันเองและมันทำให้เรายอมรับการใช้อำนาจจัดการกับคนที่คิดต่างผู้คนมักยอมรับเหตุผลของรัฐความมั่นคงโดยไม่ตั้งคำถามอะไรก็ความมั่นคงของชาติสื่อมวลชนก็รับมาโดยไม่ตั้งคำถามว่าตกลงมันคืออะไรกันแน่นะคะฉะนั้นมันทำให้เราเห็นพละความมั่นคงยังทำให้เราเห็นว่าสิ่งที่เพิ่งถูกสร้างขึ้นในยุคสงครามเย็นนี้ได้กลายเป็นแก่นกลางของความเป็นไทยตั้งแต่ยุคดึกดำบรรพ์ตั้งแต่ในยุคที่มันยังไม่มีคำว่า nation state หรือรัฐชาติด้วยซ้ำรัฐความมั่นคงที่ตกทอดมาจากสงครามเย็นยังหวาดระแวงความแตกต่างหลากหลายทั้งทางความคิดความแตกต่างทางศาสนาและชาติพันธุ์เขาไม่รู้จักสิ่งที่เรียกว่า multiculturalism หรือพหุวัฒนธรรมมองการเมืองด้วยแว่นขาวดำถ้าไม่ใช่พวกเราก็เป็นพวกมันเป็น enemy of the state ต้องถูกจัดการในยุคสงครามเย็นภัยความมั่นคงมีชื่อว่าคอมมิวนิสต์แต่ในยุคปัจจุบันมันจะถูกเรียกใหม่ว่าเป็นพวกควายแดงเป็นพวกสามกีบเป็นพวกชังชาตินะคะแม้ว่าเราจะมีรัฐบาลพลเรือนที่มาจากการเลือกตั้งดิฉันอยากย้ำตรงนี้นะคะต่อให้มีการเลือกตั้งมีรัฐบาลพลเรือนปกครองรัฐความมั่นคงของไทยก็ยังดำรงอยู่เพราะมันยังสามารถครอบงำความคิดการปฏิบัติของคนในสังคมทุกระดับชั้นตั้งแต่ทหารตำรวจข้าราชการนักการเมืองสื่อมวลชนและประชาชนทั่วไปดังนั้นเมื่อเกิดรัฐประหารปี 2549 และ 2517 นะคะสังคมไทยปกครองด้วยรัฐทหารอีกครั้งหนึ่งวัฒนธรรมทางการเมืองของรัฐความมั่นคงกลับมาโลดแล่นอย่างเริงร่าอีกครั้งหนึ่งดิฉันมองมันด้วยความรู้สึกเศร้าใจนะคะขอสไลด์ตัดไปค่ะนะคะยังคิดมองว่าวัฒนธรรมสงครามเย็นเกิดขึ้นแทบจะทุกพื้นที่และได้รับการสนับสนุนจากรัฐทหารวัฒกรรมการเมืองว่าด้วยภัยคุกคามที่มาจากคนภายในชาติเดียวกันถูกโหมกระพืออีกครั้งกฎหมายพิเศษถูกใช้อย่างบ่อยครั้งและนานๆไม่ว่าจะเป็นกฎหมายความมั่นคงภายในพรกฉุกเฉินกฎอัยการศึกมาตรา 112 ปัจจุบันอาจจะเปลี่ยนไปด้วยวิธีการอื่นหันมาใช้เทคโนโลยีมากขึ้นใช้พิกัสสปายแวร์หรือใช้ I.O. ผ่านโซเชียลมีเดียเพื่อโจมตีคนที่คิดต่างสิ่งเหล่านี้เกิดขึ้นโดยที่คนส่วนใหญ่ในประเทศนี้รวมถึงสื่อมวลชนด้วยไม่ได้ให้ความสำคัญกับมันมากนักพากันเพิกเฉยเพราะพวกเขาเองก็ถูกครอบงำด้วยวิธีคิดของรัฐความมั่นคงสไลด์ถัดไปค่ะในโลกศิลปะพวกเราได้เห็นศิลปินที่เรียกตัวเองว่าเป็นพวกก้าวหน้าในยุคหนึ่งนะคะในทศวรรษ 1970 คนเหล่านี้เรียกตัวเป็นก้าวหน้าต่างด้านหน้าออกมาสนับสนุนอำนาจและคุณค่าแบบอนุรักษ์นิยมที่คุกคามสิทธิและเสรีภาพของประชาชนพวกเขาไม่รู้สึกระกระอักกระอ่วนสักนิดเดียวกับการใช้พระพกันด้าแบบชาตินิยมโจมตีคนที่คิดต่างและสนับสนุนรัฐประหารนะคะในขณะที่เราเชื่อว่าศิลปะคือเสรีภาพที่จะคิดที่จะจินตนาการที่จะปลดปล่อยผู้คนออกจากกรอบความคิดเดิมๆแต่ศิลปินและศิลปะในประเทศไทยกลับพยายามกักขังผู้คนไว้ใต้รัฐความมั่นคงแต่โลกก็ไม่ได้โหดร้ายกับเรามากจนเกินไปนะคะสไลด์ถัดไปค่ะท่ามกลางภาคคลุมชาตินิยมที่แผ่ขยายไปแทบจะทุกปริมณฑลในสังคมไทยหลังการรัฐประหารเราก็ได้เห็นศิลปะทวนกระแส anti establishment นะคะค่อยๆปรากฏตัวขึ้นและที่น่าสนใจเป็นพิเศษสำหรับดิฉันก็คือมันมีศิลปะเกี่ยวกับสงครามเย็นมากยิ่งขึ้นแล้วก็นี่เป็นส่วนหนึ่งที่ทำให้ดิฉันหันมาสนใจงานศิลปะมากขึ้นแต่สไลด์ถัดไปค่ะแต่ขออธิบายก่อนนะคะคือดิฉันไม่ได้คนที่เชื่อว่าศิลปะต้องรับใช้ประชาชนศิลปะต้องรับใช้การเมืองเท่านั้นนะคะเพราะว่าตัวฉันเองก็เบื่อหน่ายกับศิลปะที่ทำหน้าที่รับใช้อุดมการณ์ของรัฐด้วยเพียงแต่ว่าศิลปะที่เกี่ยวกับการเมืองในประเทศไทยนั้นส่วนใหญ่เป็นศิลปะที่มันสนับสนุน establishment มากกว่าในช่วงหลายปีมานี้เนี่ยเราก็ได้เห็นงานศิลปะที่เกี่ยวข้องกับสงครามเย็นมากยิ่งขึ้นงานอันทรงพลังของอาจารย์ทัศนัยเศรษฐเสรีนะคะซึ่งท่านก็ได้ร่วมแสดงผลงานในครั้งนี้ด้วยสื่อถึงความรุนแรงแห่งยุคสมัยของสงครามเย็นที่ยังส่งทอดมาถึงปัจจุบันโดยเฉพาะอย่างยิ่งสงครามเวียดนามระบอบทหารความรุนแรงนะคะสไลด์ถัดไปค่ะงานของคุณตะวันวัตุยานะคะสไลด์ถัดไปค่ะ เป็นอีกท่านหนึ่งที่น่าทึ่งคุณตะวันไม่ได้ร่วมแสดงในครั้งนี้ด้วยแต่ก็อยากจะกล่าวถึงนะคะแต่เป็นเรื่องราวของยุคสงครามเย็นด้วยนะคะทหารอเมริกันเครื่องบินที่ระเบิดเซ็กเวิร์กเกอร์ชาตินิยมไทยศิลปินยุค60บรูซลีหรือแม้กระทั่งก็อดซิลล่าสิ่งเหล่านี้เกิดขึ้นในยุคสงครามเย็นล่าสุดการของศิลปินหนุ่มนะคะคุณวัชรานนท์ศิลวรารัตน์นะคะเป็นงานที่ฉายภาพไปที่เทือกเขาภูผานี่เป็นงานที่คุณวัชรานนท์แสดงเมื่อน่าจะสักประมาณเกือบ2 ปีแล้วนะคะนี่ชอบงานของคุณวัชรานนท์มากนะคะเพราะว่าไม่บ่อยนักที่เราเห็นศิลปินฉายภาพไปที่พื้นที่ที่เป็นชายขอบของประวัติศาสตร์ร่วมสมัยของไทยนะคะคือเป็นพื้นที่ภูพานนะคะเป็นพื้นที่ที่เป็นในภาคอีสานจะเป็นพื้นที่ที่ถือว่าเป็นฐานที่มั่นที่สำคัญของพรรคคอมมิวนิสต์แห่งประเทศไทยภาพเหล่านี้เนี่ยนะคะงานคุณวัชรานนท์แสดงให้เห็นถึงความเงียบเหงาการถูกหลงลืมความเป็นคนชายขอบนะคะคอมมิวนิสต์เนี่ยในประเทศไทยเป็นคนชายขอบอยู่แล้วคอมมิวนิสต์อีสานและยังเป็นคอมมิวนิสต์ชาวนาด้วยจึงเป็นชายขอบของชายขอบที่คุณวัชรานนท์ต้องการที่จะให้พวกเราเนี่ยคิดถึงพวกเขานะคะไม่หลงลืมไปสำหรับดิฉันเป็นเรื่องน่ายินดีนะคะที่เราได้เห็นสงครามเย็นเนี่ยมีพื้นที่ในโลกศิลปะในประเทศไทยมากยิ่งขึ้นที่จริงแล้วมีมากกว่าหลายมากกว่าท่านที่ดิฉันเอ่ยมานะคะต้องขออภัยด้วยคือดิฉันก็มีอีกหลายคนนะคะงานคุณประกิตงานของคุณวณะวรยางกูลนะคะแต่นะคะงั้นเนี่ยดิฉันว่านี่เป็นต้องขอบคุณผู้จัดนะคะที่จัดงานที่เกี่ยวกับเรื่องสงครามเย็นนี่คิดว่ามันมีหลายเรื่องทีเดียวที่สังคมไทยนะคะคนรุ่นใหม่ควรจะได้เรียนรู้เกี่ยวกับสงครามเย็นมากยิ่งขึ้นแต่ในความยินดีนี้นะคะดิฉันก็อยู่กับความเป็นจริงว่าในขณะที่รัฐความมั่นคงผลิตงานแบบ mass consumption ออกมาตลอดเวลาแต่งานศิลปะทวนกระแสไม่เคยเป็น mass consumption ในสังคมนี้นะคะหมายความว่าความรับรู้ความทรงจำเกี่ยวกับสงครามเย็นในสังคมไทยก็จะยังเป็นเรื่องชายขอบศิลปะเกี่ยวกับสงครามเย็นก็คงจะอยู่ในชายขอบของความรับรู้ของคนไทยแต่ก็ไม่เป็นไรนะคะ who cares ฉันเชื่อว่าพวกเราในที่นี้นะคะศิลปินที่ผลิตงานทวนกระแสจำนวนมากก็รู้ว่าในสังคมนี้ไม่ได้มีพื้นที่เสรีภาพมากนักที่จะให้พวกเรามีที่ยืนหรือมีอากาศแห่งเสรีภาพที่จะหายใจมากนักนะคะเมื่อกี้นี้นะคะช่วงไม่ถึงชั่วโมงนี้เพิ่งได้ทราบว่าเพื่อนนักวิชาการคนหนึ่งก็ถูกแจ้งความเป็นนักวิชาการชาวอเมริกันถูกแจ้งความข้อหา112เขาจะไม่ให้เรามีอากาศหายใจเลยนะคะฉะนั้นฉันคิดว่าก็อยู่ที่พวกเรานะคะที่เลือกที่จะแตกต่างเลือกที่จะท้าทายกับการครอบงำของรัฐความมั่นคงต่อไปขอบพระคุณค่ะ
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Puangthong, for your insightful lectures, and we all now understand a little bit more about how we come into becoming today, and then how Thailand took part of the Cold War in the past. So next, we have Dr. Matthew Phillips, the first secretary at British Embassy in Bangkok. He'll be delivering his keynote on the cultural Cold War in Thailand. Please welcome.
สวัสดีครับตอนแรกคิดว่าจะ present เป็นภาษาไทยแต่ว่ากลัว หนึ่งจะพูดอะไรไม่ถูกแล้วก็จะพูดยาวด้วยนะครับ and I'm sorry because I'm going to have to read otherwise I'm not going to hit the strict timings. Thank you so much and thank you for the generous offer to present today. The Jim Thompson Foundation has always been absolutely sort of fundamental to my academic life in Bangkok really, and I really value the generous words at the start of the conference today. Those conversations in the Jim Thompson Library were pivotal to my work back then, and they continue to really resonate today. So I'm really delighted to be here, and I'm delighted to be speaking in a forum that aligns so well with much of my analysis and conclusions over the past nearly closer to 2 decades now of studying the Cold War in Thailand. So it's been a long time. I think when I was reading the abstract for the conference today, what really struck me was one, how rich an area of study this is, and challenging. Challenging because it's very difficult, I think, to nail down the contours of what we mean by the Cold War in Thailand. It doesn't fit in many of those sort of classic understandings, at least international, of the Cold War. The amount of times that I've had to, when I introduced my thesis or my work, the amount of comments of, what was, I didn't know Thailand had anything to do with the Cold War. It's a regular conversation that I have. But rich because I think that actually getting into the study of the Cold War in Thailand, does indeed pull you into this incredible dialogue with Thai history and Thai culture as a whole, with the tastes, values, and modern sensibilities, as the abstract for this conference establishes, interact with international politics, geopolitics, and domestic politics. So, writ large, the Cold War was a struggle for global hegemony between communism and capitalism. But on the ground, and this is not just true for Thailand, it was fought through a much more diverse set of visions for the future. And this was inherently a moral struggle. Whether on the right or on the left, the struggle to chaperone whole populations into respective blocks was imagined, fought, and felt as a moral struggle for a utopian future underpinned by terms such as harmony, peace, prosperity. And as I found again and again, it was driven forward by individuals who developed a powerful and even religious sense of mission. Indeed, it's quite interesting if you look at it, the number of Americans who are here in the 1950s or who are populating the campuses of the area studies departments in the United States, who had a missionary background, who were literally transitioned from a mission to save souls for Christianity to a mission to save souls from communism. And here I should also just flag the recently published book by Sine Hyun, Indigenizing the Cold War, which I think does a really excellent job of capturing this sense of mission and how it translated over into Thailand and into a Thai context. So while we may opt, and I think there's every reason to opt, to tell a story about how Thailand became allied to the United States. The story is, around 1949, 1950, Jomphon Bopibon Songkram started to divert attention and pull Thailand into the US orbit. The actual means through which the country's people began to situate themselves within this new geopolitical conflict was much more dynamic, much more complex, involved an everyday interaction with America and Americans as moral actors, and who then felt the necessity to reconcile that moral mission as articulated by Americans with internal Thai social and cultural practices. Now, any student of Thai history understands implicitly the importance of culture in the struggle for political power. Not political culture, not cultural politics, but the interplay between social practice, morality, and status with political ideology. And the decade after the Second World War, regardless of what's happening internationally, was particularly dynamic because of what was happening in Thailand. The collapse of the authoritarian regime from the 1930s and 40s and its replacement with a much more contested political, space was joined with was combined with a great deal of contestation and debate in the cultural space. And indeed, as the political space began to close through the middle of the 1950s, that cultural conversation actually expanded. And what I found when I did my research, the newspapers, magazines from this period, was an unbelievably rich conversation about what it meant to be Thai. And that was in play. So I definitely recommend reading the works of Ajahn Saichon, who explores, particularly through the individuals of Kukrit Plamot, Phaya Anuman Rachaton, and Luang Wichit Watakan, the extraordinary diversity of views around what it meant to be Thai during this period, and the fluidity of these ideas. Not only the competition between people for what it meant to be Thai, but often within the narratives, particularly of Kukrit, for example, incredible diversity of opinion around what it meant to be Thai. So in Thailand, the Cold War was never a binary ideological struggle between left and right, capitalism and communism, but rather a complex series of moral debates about the nature of modernity, the meaning of the universal, Sakon, and the purpose of economic and social development. Now, for the sake of the talk today, I will narrate this through a series of images. I feel like that was made sense given the location. And to begin with, I'm going to start with this image, which again might not strike you automatically as an image that has anything to do with the Cold War. But if the location of this image, and it's an American image, starts to give you a sense as to where I'm going. So the image is an advert for Jim Thompson's Thai Box Fabrics, and it comes from the New Yorker in 1955. This is a boutique shop in New York selling very expensive high-end products from Thailand to American consumers. It has nothing to do with it's not for a Thai audience. But what I would argue is it begins to give us, crack open that window into the American perspective on the world. That cultural world of the East Coast in the beginning of the 1950s and how it viewed itself in relation to places like Thailand. So here, an American woman wears a Thai headdress denoting divinity and royal status. She is perfectly poised and heavily made up, representing the modern American consumer. The chadar adds something exotic, denoting a new kind of status, a new world elite, whose access to a world underpinned by consumption points to her centrality on the world stage. On reflection, the image is both, I would suggest, stunning and slightly ridiculous. It only makes sense within an American cultural milieu of the 1950s, in which engagement with and purchase of the East denoted a particular type of status, worldly, refined, well-traveled, the very kind of person that would read the New Yorker, that would read Life magazine, that would be reading texts such as James Michener, that would be engaging with the world via that kind of time-life Condé Nast lens. But it also points to an emerging engagement specifically with Thailand, clearly here through the figure of Jim Thompson, that proved decisive, and this is my argument, in shaping the country's history. It worked. So, thank you for the introduction, because here we go. We're back at my the title of my original PhD thesis, Oasis on a Troubled Continent, which was taken from the Time Life production released in 1953. Now, important once again to recognize that this is a film that is produced for American audiences. This is not for Thai consumption. And so the image that is produced of Thailand is one that fits within this American 1950s cultural milieu. The image is of an American guest. We don't know whether she is a tourist, a journalist, an academic, but she is taking a trip into the heart of Bangkok, represented by life on the Klong, She is guided by a young female Thai guide who shows her the sights, the sounds, the tastes of the Klong. Now, behind her is a topless young man who pushes the boat forward and who seems unaware of the spectacle within which he is participating. Now, but whilst this is produced for an American audience, where it differs from the first image is, I would argue, this image is ubiquitous. Indeed, over the course of the 1950s, I would say this becomes a stock image of Thai-US engagement. It is repeated again and again, whether on film, in text, or in the media. And in so doing, established a language of engagement that carried with it several preconceptions. One, that those who lived on the water represented an authentic cultural tradition that carried with it an inherent value. That the utopian project to bring modernity to Thailand had to be reconciled with this authentic everyday life. Indeed, part of the framing of Thailand as an oasis on a troubled continent was precisely that development must protect social harmony, that there was something there before the Americans arrived and before modernity was established that must be protected. And this, to be clear, was linked very clearly to Cold War objectives. First, it presented Thailand as a country that was, unlike most of Asia, currently at peace, where the demand for revolution had not yet taken root, and where there was no anti-colonial struggle that made it the perfect bastion of anti-communism in a contested world. And we should be clear that in 1953, at the very time that this film is being produced or released, William Donovan, who is key architect of the CIA, was in Bangkok developing strategies and techniques to produce precisely this kind of message and roll it out to Thai audiences. Two, that Thailand was an inherently conservative country that was predisposed to good relations with the United States. And three, that this laid the conditions for Thailand to be integrated into an American economic order as a stable partner, but not necessarily as an equal partner, at least not yet. But in Thailand, the shift to include those previously on the periphery, whether on the water or in the rural hinterland, of the modern nation as part of the core narrative of what it meant to be Thai, sat awkwardly with contemporary framings that had taken root during the early 20th century and in many ways become more fully articulated under the nationalist government of John Ponpor Pibonsongklam in the late 1930s. I don't have time to go into those now. Hopefully some of you at least are conscious of those, but I think in order to kind of give you a sense, they tended to emphasize these in two ways. One, a means to integrate the rural, these existing ideas either emphasized ways and means to integrate the rural poor, such as those living on the Klong, into the body politic of the Thai nation by changing their status or behavior, or to remove them from the national aesthetic altogether and to establish a national consciousness that appealed to universal standards of civilization. This cultural perspective was extremely obvious, with national publications up until the 1950s consistently featuring images of high society Thais engaged in civilized activities, whether garden parties in gated communities, fashion shows, beauty pageants, or the featuring of vistas of the Thai countryside, such as mountains, waterfalls, or beaches. It was normal to include high society engagements and activities with foreigners, but this was invariably about asserting inclusion into the so-called universal social practice as directed by foreigners. The onset of the American era required something different, an acceptance that the people who resided on the margins of this civilized world needed to be included, albeit in their natural state. For most of the 1950s, the effort to explain the American application of value to a Thai audience was therefore conducted beyond the state. Lifestyle magazines, political cartoons, newspapers, all increasingly focused on regular visitors from the United States, explaining why they were here and how the audience should interpret this interest in their country. This is an image from a Thai magazine that was trying to introduce this perspective in the mid 1950s. I'm running out of time, so I'm going to just zip through. Now, whilst this is happening outside of the state up until 1958, this changes with the coup of Field Marshal Sarit in 1958, when, amongst a lot of other things, the Tourist Authority of Thailand is set up as a primary tool to mediate this cultural relationship between Thailand and the United States. Now, with the power of the state behind them, the tropes that underpinned American engagement with Thailand were increasingly mainstreamed into Thailand's urban society, and with them the values of American-led development, including the central role of the American consumer. Activities that had never featured as part of the Thai cultural landscape, a trip to the floating market, the Surin elephant roundup, were explained by emphasizing their universal moral value, underpinned by the attraction of American guests. And what is perhaps most striking was how learning this American view was deemed enough in itself to warrant a reassessment of what should be considered valuable about the Thai nation. And here we see a quote from the Tourist magazine where they're literally introducing another of these films, Walt Disney's Siam, as a means to explain how the foreigners view Thailand. And this then had a direct impact on the art scene itself, as artists who had previously, in the previous era, sought to compete with the international market by producing modernist images, the best artists in the country now participated in almost endless competitions, many of which were run by the Tourist Authority, to produce images for the tourist market. And so this application of value increasingly sees an absolute proliferation of art featuring, in this case, the floating market. But we could replicate this for rural images as well. A nice quote just to back this up: the floating market must represent less than 1% of canal life in this country, and yet exhibition after exhibition it comes up again and again. That's from 1964. And whilst I can't get into it clearly because I've run out of time pretty much, what this projection of a stable society provided, this projection of a stable society, this sort of socially conservative society that is reproduced via these images of the floating market, also provide the social and cultural rationale for the restoration of historic ceremonies and pageants at the centre of Bangkok. The royal ploughing ceremony, the royal barge ceremony, lavish expressions of tradition that had languished in the years following the 1932 revolution were now restored, underpinned by their economic value as tourist attractions and as potential sites of interaction with American high society. Once again, the message aligned closely with the US ideological view of Thailand from the early 1950s. Thailand was stable and deeply attached to a way of life that protected the country from radical ideology. While Americans wanted to work with Thailand to bring modernity, this would be shaped and informed by American developmentalist ideology rather than more radical alternatives. And critically, the American consumer could play a key role. The grandstand at the royal barge ceremony, or the Surin elephant roundup, became the site of an emergent trans-Pacific community that was emphasizing elite cohesion while creating very clear ideas of what it meant to be Thai. But, and I will finish here, what I also need to assert quite strongly is that this process through which Thailand did become, I would argue, psychologically integrated into an American cultural view of itself, was by this time not being led by Americans, but by the Thai elite. And so while I would absolutely argue that the American view of Thailand became embedded in elite conceptions of what it meant to be Thai, this remained part of an internal moral conversation about how Thailand should be governed. Critically, this did not mean aping America or automatically acknowledging American sovereignty. Indeed, it would suggest that the actual ceding of sovereignty, which clearly did happen during the late 1950s, would not have been possible if many of the central themes around what asserted Thai identity had not already become fully integrated into internal discourses about Thai culture. So I'll just leave, this is my final picture, I won't talk about it, but it points to my current research, which is much more now on how the monarchy in particular utilized Buddhist cosmology and ideology in order to establish this, this internal narrative around the Cold War. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Phillips, for sharing your research and perspective. As Dr. Gridthiya actually mentioned that you can learn more on this topic from his book, Thailand in the Cold War. Thank you. So please welcome Professor Tamara Luz, Professor of History at Cornell University, who would give a talk on the culture of intellectuals in early Cold War Bangkok. Please welcome her.
Thank you. Very happy to be here. And I want to thank Ajahn Surayut and Ajahn Tassanai for inviting me, and Dr. Gridthiya and Adulya, or Kim, for inviting me here. I'm excited to be here. And I want to follow up on some of the things both Ajahn Puangthong and Matt have said. So I'm glad I'm third. I'm going to read this also because I'm aware of the time and your patience. So let me begin by saying that so much of what we know about the Cold War in Thailand focuses, importantly, on the literal weapons in that arsenal: military and police funding and training, CIA support via Thailand of the secret war in Laos and Paru, and the massive aid that funded capitalist development in the Thai economy and society. Existing scholarship details the literal deluge of aid, but it has yet to fully, with the exception of a few of the scholars here, to examine its impact on cultural and intellectual history within Thailand. I'm actually not going to talk about the culture of intellectuals today because I wanted to focus a bit more on the art, given where we are. This scholarship also largely treats Thailand as a recipient of aid rather than an active partner in dictating, beyond what the US intended, how that aid shaped Thai society. So the work that I'm doing now, by contrast, concentrates on local agency, but not in a way that lets the US off the hook, but in a way that circumscribes the authority of the superpower by showing how Thais redirected it in ways that buttressed particular political factions, particular economic policies, and visions of social hierarchy over others. Today, I consider how a Thai artist helped shape Cold War ideologies on the ground through his artistic rendering of US anti-communist ideas. In another paper, I consider the CIA sponsorship of Momratawang Kukrit Pramod, a Thai public intellectual who took advantage of American sponsorship to amplify his version of Thai royalist conservatism, which later became hegemonic. So all of this is to say, let me just have you look at something. There we go, a little prettier. All of this is to say that my aim is to decenter the US and its concerns and instead highlight the agency exercised by Thais. Regardless of the US government's political intentions or military aid, Thai artists and intellectuals had final authority over the end products. while American authorities provided propaganda about this really phantasmatic ideal of freedom or Seripap, their Thai interlocutors made that meaningful in real and local terms. So this is one of my favorite pieces of Ajahn Tassanai's art. It's one of a series of 4 large images called Cold War Toys. This is number 3. And it's spectacular in all senses of the word. Ajahn Tassanai's technique involves layers upon layers of paint, cloth, paper, rice. There's so much embedded in what he does. And much of the materials were actually handmade and dyed by the artist. His collage technique is interesting to me because it's purposefully archaeological, a term that similarly applies to the history of the Cold War in Thailand. And you can see it here in this piece, which highlights the offspring produced by capitalism's marriage to militarism. You see the rockets, astronauts, tanks, weapons, and also the commercial celebration of violence in cartoons, toy guns, space aliens, toy robots, and so forth. And it's no coincidence, of course, that Thailand was bombarded with images of NASA astronauts and animated films. Dr. Phillips just showed you some images from Walt Disney's films, but also military hardware during the Cold War. So if you continue this archaeological metaphor, and you dig a little deeper, you'll notice that Ajahn Tassanai layered his untitled Cold War Toys 3 on top of an enlarged communism or freedom poster. And you can see the Thai terms, let me go back, kind of peeking through at the top there, through that shimmering surface. So I want to take a look at this poster and a couple of others if I have time to today. This is the original poster, number 10. It's about private property. And you can see that on the communist side, the caption states, this is my translation, that under communism, people have no right to own land and everyone is forced to work like beasts of burden or cattle. And the Seripap side says that Thai farmers love and cherish farming on land that they privately own. In Tassanai's rendition, we see the original ideals. I'll just emphasize that these are ideals associated with Seripap of development, human rights, democracy, and private property that are propagated by the US in Thailand, but they're buried under militarism, violence, unfreedoms, environmental degradation, and so on. In the 3 other pieces in this series, here's the picture together, but I want to show you a couple of the other ones. He has used other posters in this series, and there are 30 different posters. I've identified almost all of them in the series as a whole, and Ajahn Tassanai uses them underneath each of these 4 Cold War toy pieces that he's made. And this one, it's an image of public health and communism versus a free society. And in this one, you have the right to public assembly. And in the 4th one, I actually can't tell what's underneath this one. It's very buried, so I'm going to have to ask him later. What I'm really interested in learning more about or explaining more today is the contextualization of these. I'm not an art historian, I'm a historian, and so I want to know who created the messaging, and I really want to know how did Thai audiences interpret the images. And so luckily or unluckily, depending on your point of view, we have a little bit of that information because the US Information Agency, which I'm going to call USIS, produced these posters. They actually inundated Thailand with anti-communist and pro-US propaganda. So a couple of examples of this. In 1959 alone, the USIA translated over 500 US books into 23 Asian languages. So about 3 million copies of books found their way into hands of local populations. There are lots of examples in Thailand of these. USIS libraries in Thailand were armed literally with books, pamphlets, and comics that taught a curated version of US history. In fact, USIA Publications production was so massive that it guzzled the majority of ink and paper imported to all of Southeast Asia during the Cold War period. And most of it was produced out of a place in Manila. The US government considered Thailand to be the cork in the bottle containing the spread of communism, and their preferred method to halt the spread was by what they called a saturation campaign that flooded Thailand's remote villages and urban centers with anti-communist propaganda materials. And we know why the US bombarded Thailand with such materials. They were worried that Thais were insufficiently concerned about the threat posed by communism in the region, and they thought this kind of naivete would lead to neutralism or worse. What we don't know is about the impact that these materials had on Thai populations, or what message they actually received when they saw these materials. This is the poster I first saw. It was before I knew about Ajahn Tassanai's work. And to me, it was really important in originating my project, because it's one of the few pieces of propaganda where we see a Thai production of what the perfect heteronormative family might be. And so I really like this sort of ephemera about the Cold War, because it opens a window onto different aspects of history that normally get dropped out of the US Cold War alliance. So let me tell you a little bit about the production of these posters. USIS hired local Thai artists who made anti-communism meaningful to Thais. I was able to discern the signature on a few of these posters, and you'll see it's somebody very well known in Thailand. USIA hired illustrator Puangthong to use materials from life in Thailand to get anti-communist messaging across. So he's the one who drew a lot of these images of the family, of Buddhism, of farming, social etiquette, public health, and the monarchy, all of which were cultural vehicles to convey messages about political belief systems like anti-communism and also monarchy. Based on these posters, you can see that teaching recipients how to be anti-communist meant training them in forms of political obedience to the monarchy, heteronormative family forms, and to an age and status-based social hierarchy. And the training was aspirational. Authorities hoped the posters would not only convey meaning, but would also teach and reinforce social norms. So now I get to the part about how these messages were received. USIA was quite worried about this, and so they conducted multiple surveys about several test posters. Thai surveyors, they hired Thais to interview over 1,000 Thai-speaking individuals in 13 provinces in the North, Northeast, and the South in the late 1960s. Although they distributed the posters all over the country, this survey sought feedback specifically from people living in these peripheries for a couple of reasons. The Communist Party of Thailand targeted these areas in a guerrilla war that they launched against the Thai government in 1965. And also the Royal Thai government and the US considered the Northeast, which bordered Indochina, at a higher risk for communist infiltration. So they distributed and disseminated more of the pamphlets there than in other places. So I'm going to show you the next poster. This is actually the first poster in the series, and it was drawn by Payut in the mid-1960s. It positions the Thai monarchy as the paragon of government systems in the free world, and that statement itself should raise some eyebrows given that the US promoted non-communist and allegedly democratic forms of government, but not monarchy elsewhere in the world. But in Thailand, the US military, State Department, and USIA worked intimately with the Royal Thai government, so they utilized the image of the monarch in ways that both governments approved. Now, posters like these were aspirational in that they served to educate the rural population about their monarch's existence. Sometimes this message was received clearly. So one literate village leader from the north declared in the survey, this is a quote, There is a picture of the king, who's the symbol of national unity. The people respect him highly and are loyal to him. But many others didn't recognize him at all. So according to survey results, 27% of Northerners and 14% of villagers in the Northeast and the South failed to recognize the Thai king in this image. In fact, they could write in some of their responses or would orally provide it to the interviewers who wrote them down. As many as half of the elderly and those without formal education in the North, quote, did not know that the man pictured on the right was their king. One interpreted the image as an old woman giving flowers to a policeman. And another person said someone kind of flipped the hierarchy here and said someone's paying homage to an old woman. So in promoting anti-communism, USIA and the Royal Thai government also introduced and promoted Bangkok's king to those in provincial areas where he was not yet a household name. What's even more shocking about this is the date of the survey, which is 1969, which is 2 decades after King Bhumibol ascended the throne and became basically a mass media figure featured in Thai television, radio broadcasts, and newspapers. I'm going to return to, if I can, seems to be going backwards. There we go, thank you. Poster number 10 about private property. So when surveyed, villagers did not focus on the intended message, and that message was that capitalism allowed private land ownership, whereas communism collectivized land and forced people to work on it. Instead, villagers who were surveyed fixated on the bodies pulling the plow on the communist side. They couldn't believe that communists used humans as draft animals. So one respondent noted that, and I think I have this, on a slide, some pictures appear to exaggerate the truth. The people at the present time get information from many sources and learn that most communist countries are also well-developed and progressive. Such pictures might be unbelievable to them. For example, the picture on poster 10, which shows compulsion of labor, may be exaggerated. This is because the communists are also human beings and have lives and spirits similar to ours. If the communist government treats its people like that, who could bear it and how'd they be alive? Wouldn't they just commit suicide? So you can see that these posters were like a bomb with an incendiary range far broader than the authorities had the means to control. And they exploded in multiple directions rather than consistently hitting their mark or conveying their intended meaning. Regional audiences, many members of which were illiterate, had to interpret imagery without the benefit of the edifying Thai captions. They often misinterpreted the propaganda, projecting onto the images their own unruly narratives about the Thai government and its communist enemies. These posters might have even been counterproductive. So, back to this picture, you can see there's a man on the communist side with a clipboard. One village leader interpreted the surveillance of workers on the communist side as a bit like Thailand, where, quote, people are compelled to construct a road while the community development worker is watching them. So you can see this interpretation wasn't so controllable. I will just conclude by saying that the survey results about villagers' interpretations of the posters reveal a great deal more complexity than the USIA expected. They wanted to control the meanings, but people interpreted them in disruptive ways. Even when Payut's posters effectively conveyed the basic message that life in a communist state was worse than that in a free Thailand, they overshot their mark through exaggeration of both the quote-unquote evils of communism, but also the abundance of Thailand. And you can see that in other surveys I didn't include here. All of this made villagers suspicious that the posters were probably just propaganda rather than realistic. These posters were but one type of propaganda aimed at educating Thais. I focused here on the posters that failed to hit their mark, but many others were more effective in shaping Thai understandings of freedom. And repeatedly, they emphasized, like a mantra, that Thailand could be the land of plenty if only you believed in the king, Buddhism, the heteronormative family, capitalist-led development, and the moral value of social hierarchy, themes that I address in the project later. So thank you. I actually have 1 minute left, so I'm just going to say that, Matt, you used an image from a magazine that was actually an image of Jane Hanks on a canal boat going to Bang Chan, which was part of the Cornell Thailand project that started at this time. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Luz, for offering such an engagement perspective to us all. So our final keynote speaker for this morning is Professor Dr. Patrick D. Flores, Chief Curator of National Gallery Singapore and Professor of Art Studies at the University of Philippines. Professor Dr. Patrick will present his reflection on the Cold War and its aesthetic legacies. Please welcome.
So, good morning, everyone. And I'd like to thank the organizers for this invitation and also for the hospitality. My task today is not to present a paper, so I don't have slides, so sorry for that. But to respond to the insightful keynotes that were just delivered from the perspective of art history and curatorship. And at the outset, let me say that it is instructive for this conference to imagine the Cold War in terms of a phantom that leaves a trace, and not in terms of a predetermined object, a fixed discourse, or a static timeline to be merely historicized, idealized, or critiqued. If the Cold War is sensed as a trace, how do we grasp it as a haunting or a fleeting, though lingering presence? It is a presence that cannot be reduced to representation, and instead is made to open up to ambiguity, liminality, indeterminacy, in other words, to a range of contingencies and fantasies. I think this is an exciting way to begin a reflection on the Cold War, to release it from the certainties and conclusions of social science and normative historiography. And in this regard, the conference turns to art, aesthetics, and the curatorial process as entry points into the desire to reinterpret the contemporary, or more specifically, the political nature of the contemporary. That being said, we must also not be too quick to depend on art and aesthetics as alternative perspectives. We have to keep in mind the European lineage of this type of intelligence, not to mention its obsession with autonomy and alienation. The concept of culture, for instance, as it relates to museology and by extension of curatorial work, may be part of the colonizing tendency of the Cold War. Part of this notion of culture is the ethnographic description of everyday life, the ethical claims to identity and social status, and even the feeling of freedom, and how these are supposed to form a collective consciousness. The collective is usually instrumentalized as national and nationalist, into which the complexities of the local get assimilated and made coherently recognizable and nameable. The idea of culture must be seen as a problem and not a given, I think, something that may be transformed with the processes of art making and curating. In 2023, I co-curated an exhibition at the National Museum of Taiwan in Taichung and tried to find a curatorial language for a possible poetics of a place. The title of the exhibition was Geopoetics. And I would like to offer this term today in this conference to sharpen and qualify the agency of the creative material and charismatic technology of nature, things, bodies, phenomena, species, and spirits in particular locations that we all too easily call art. In recent years, the terror of war has become the pervasive atmosphere. From the war on a virus to the wars in Ukraine and Gaza, war has become an immersive sensorium, magnified in the media and sustained by the global military complex. The exhibition in Taiwan partly referenced the Cold War as the context of this history of wars. And in the discussion of wars, the seemingly default mode of analysis is geopolitics, which curatorially in the long term reveals itself as a dead end for the obvious reason that art only becomes a function of a Cold War master narrative. It is for this reason that the term geopoetics is activated in this curatorial situation. It is not marked or advanced as a binary opposite of geopolitics, but rather as another mode of understanding how the world plays out beyond the ideological theater. Geopoetics, when broadly conceived, is the relationship between world making and form making, in which geography and also geology and art co-produce a distinct sensible and sensitive agency and material. While geopolitics relies largely on socio-economic and political interventions, the sensibility of geopoetic action gives art the chance to equivalently shape the planetary place, which is assumed to shape the art in reciprocity and inevitably transform what socio-economic and political interventions may mean as experiments of form in themselves. It is a more relational and dialogic method rather than a determinist technique of defining an ultimately programmatic object such as politics or art. And this form is embedded in or emerges from the nature of threatened worlds, suffering from a historical continuum of wars, nature being the character and the ecology of precariousness. In this regard, it is worth revisiting the theorist of the imaginary museum, André Malraux, who wrote in the seminal essay The Psychology of Art in 1948 to sketch out the coordinates of the exhibitionary form that mediates a prospective world form through a gathering of art from different places and poetics. According to him, and I quote Malraux, we realize that plastic art never arises from a mode of seeing the world, but invariably from the desire to make it in a certain shape. End of quote. To inflect this investment in psychology by Malraux is the concept of psychological strategy by Henry Kissinger. Kissinger, who would evolve into an ideologue of the Cold War, organized a series of seminars called Harvard International Seminar in the 50s at Harvard University. The seminars were designed to promote American democracy and to attract figures from the intellectual and creative class from different countries all over the world to support the agenda of the said democratic apparatus. According to Kissinger, in his letter to Allen Dulles of the Central Intelligence Agency in 1952, and I quote Kissinger, "The major difficulty facing our psychological strategy is the existence in both Europe and Asia of substantial communist parties which are able to present Soviet policies in terms of indigenous interests." End of quote. This was the ideological basis of the seminar. The ramification of the term psychological is vital in this relay of gestures from Malraux and Kissinger, as it was premised on the role of art and philosophy in contemporary civilization. It would seem that the fantasy of freedom as idealized by the United States was best fulfilled in the production and exhibition of art. As Malraux declares in his well-known 1947 work, Museum Without Walls, the modern art gallery was, a quote, "a confrontation of metamorphosis," end of quote. It must be pointed out that Malraux's iconic publication on Museum Without Borders was part of the reading list of the Harvard seminars. The geopoetic tendency therefore belonged to this genealogy, attesting to how the aesthetic and affective have lent themselves to the instrumentalization of global totalizing and universal projects. Needless to say, the same aesthetic and affective program may also be redeemed by emancipatory practice across an equally international solidarity. I am drawn of the effort of this conference to harness the potency of the term phantom because it expresses the willingness to take risks in rethinking the work of the Cold War and to confront both the melancholy and the horror of a phantom, which on another level may be considered a trajectory into comparison or the comparative method which was seen by someone like the Philippine national hero Jose Rizal, for instance, as the evil spirit, translated by Benedict Anderson as a specter of comparison, but conceived by the Philippine novelist Patricio Mariano more enigmatically as the temptation of affinities. That comparison, which is a main strategy in both history and political science, is construed as phantasmatic, diabolical, spectral, and tempting, offers a generous intellectual climate to the students of the Cold War. Let me now share with you some notes on the papers presented today. First is the relationship between the national histories of post-independent states, specifically of Thailand, and the international discourse of the Cold War and its intersection with the history of modernity in Southeast Asia from the 19th century to the 1960s, which coincides with the founding of the emblematic Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN, and the imagined origin of the contemporary from the 70s onward. We reference here 1989 as the threshold of the contemporary as proposed by the German art historian Hans Belting. For his part, the Nigerian curator Okwi Enwezor invites us to consider other markers of the contemporary, such as 1980 in Gwangju, South Korea, rather than 1968 in Paris, or 1979 in Tehran, of the Iranian Revolution, rather than in 1989 in Berlin when the wall fell. Second, are the image of the anti-communist agent and the effort to indigenize response to the Cold War. This may lead to a possible method that links national identity to the negation of communism or enhances expressions of local or indigenous characteristics to authenticate the refusal of communism and to affirm the dominant national style. It is important to note here the mode of stylization of the local, partly through a tourism tropology and elite taste in relation to the disfiguration of the communist. And third is the relationship between the security state and the psychological warfare and the imperative of tradition in shaping the mentality of the local, the national, the regional, and international subject. In this regard, there seems to be a line that is drawn between the anti-establishment and in the art world and the anti-communist in the production of a post-colonial avant-garde, which may have been the basis of the contemporary in Southeast Asia through conceptualism and social realism. The secular security state may have also produced what a scholar calls a paranoid modernism. Fourth, finally, I would like to pose questions on the role of curation in the discourse of the Cold War. When a curator curates the Cold War, what needs to happen and how does it happen? Is there a preconceived discourse to be represented or staged in exhibitionary form in space? Or is the curatorial translation too complex to be flattened to representation because the memory of the Cold War is fuzzy, the unknownness or the unknowingness is strong, and the continuum of the trace might have been interrupted by nation-state interests and mass consumption? So the question is, what is the relationship between historiography and curatorial theory on the Cold War? In the exhibition Shattered Worlds curated by Gridthiya, Gaweewong, we see traces of procedure that either support the legibility of Cold War discourses or slows them down through more thoughtful action in performative situations such as the participatory archive, visual anthropology, performance lecture, para-curatorial research, expanded cinema, micronarratives, and metafiction, among others. For grounded in these situations are heightened reflexivity and intense interdisciplinarity, which demonstrate the curatorial talent to constellate, to choreograph alignments, or engage in world making. We can talk about the curatorial in this manner, but we can go further and make the claim that the curatorial in Southeast Asia was actually made possible through the Cold War. That the curatorial was partly constituted in the Cold War, largely through the emergence of the artist curator and the formation of collectives who wrote and circulated manifestos against the art establishment and the nation state. Emerging in this context was the Southeast Asian Contemporary through the Southeast Asian Curatorial, a convergence of the I can't read my handwriting now. A convergence of the impulses of gathering through the region and the collection of art through art history and curation. This was brought to life by a decisive engagement with both the liberal democratic project via the United States of America and the socialist experiment via the Soviet Union. The tension would potentially generate, theoretically at least, the geopoetic form of what we may call Southeast Asia across time and contemporary art in general, wherever it is made and wherever it migrates. Thank you.
Hello everyone. I hope you enjoy your lunch. There are so many people here and we are very excited to share the experience in this talking session. My name is Natano Parahan. I am a faculty member in the Faculty of Arts of Chulalongkorn University. I, as a representative of this talking session, Post-Soviet Echoes Living Remnants of the Shattered World, we would like to welcome all of you to this talking session. I am now leading you to the interesting section from accomplished artists and art critics who always have very unique background, unique personal experience, which is mentioned in the session name. Firstly, I would like to introduce you Hun Sebastian Sishoki. Yeah. Hun Sebastian Sishoki. He is the chief curator and head of research department of the Museum of Modern Art in Warsaw, Poland. His artistic interests are reflected by his wide range of multidisciplinary curation projects, from history of normal people, women, nature, and culture, and climate change. His job as an art curator nowadays in Poland, where everyone can feel an immediate effect of Russian invasion in Ukraine. In fact, it is like an ambitious political soon-to-be failure by Vladimir Putin. A remnant from the already failed empire from Russia is quite very important. As arts and moral values are at the very center of this wider cultural struggle by Polish and by the extension Ukrainian people. He will soon talk about the most visible kind of artistic struggle now, which is mainly propaganda and all of the socialist art. He will introduce us to all of this artistic experience, which is now located on the 8th floor. I think maybe some of you already have seen it, but maybe some of you have not still seen it. So I really recommend you after this session you can join the 8th floor and watch and see some interesting experience from exhibitions from our artists. We should talk about the other distinguished guests from Poland as well. Hun Rafał Mirage. Hun Rafał Mirage is a distinguished photographer whose specialization is about recording the portrait of life of ordinary people under former socialist regime occupation. We can witness the work of his group of photographers, the Sputnik photo, right here in the very center of Bangkok Art and Cultural Center in the 8th floor. While seeing a contemporary set of photos and video of Ukrainians who escaped the Russian invasion along with the Ukrainian national anthem. Is the Soviet occupation impacting ordinary life in Poland even now and neighboring countries as well? I'm sure that he will be the one who will answer that. The work of our other honor distinguished guest, คุณอัลมากูMenribayeva from Kazakhstan is very interesting to see as well. She is an artist from Kazakhstan, and I have to say that Kazakhstan people they experience from the Soviet occupation in the past as well, and from many failed policy by the Soviet regime. Her art and video exhibition in the 8th floor is the harsh reality, which is hard to swallow, I have to say. Even I am the specialist in Soviet Union studies, I watch it and I can say that it is quite very hard to see, and especially if you understand Russian and the interview which is in the exhibition. The impact from the Soviet occupation of Kazakhstan is not just only political effect, but there is still ongoing environmental effect as well. The record of atomic scientific research for many decades at the city of Pushatov and the near area has left long and maybe forever impact on Kazakhstani people. I have to say that even I am a Russian study researcher, yeah, I watched it many times yesterday before the opening ceremony of this exhibition. I have to say that it is quite striking to watch all of these videos and photo exhibition together. I'm very pleased to hear from her today about the everlasting impact of the Soviet occupation in Kazakhstan and how she chose to record the impact, especially in environmental issue on ordinary people, and the reason why she did that and might still do it even now. Our guest today from Khun Sebastian, who will lead us through the works of Khun Rafał and Khun Almaku, are very unique from their personal background, and it is reflected from their work and exhibition that you will see on the 8th floor. I have to say that their home countries were occupied by the socialist regime for many years, and for both Poland and for Kazakhstan, maybe even hundreds years, even from the Soviet Empire era. And everyone choose to reflect their experience in his or her own unique way. We will now hear about it from Khun Sebastian, who will lead us to the exhibition on the 8th floor, and for the knowledge about socialist art and socialist propaganda. So the floor is yours now.
Thank you, Natanop. First of all, I would like to share my excitement about being here again, like coming back. So thank you so much, Gridthiya. Thank you, Haisang, for having me, for inviting me. We already had like a session at the university on Wednesday, so it's a very, like enriching and prolific exchange so far. So I'm excited also to be here with Amagul and Rafał, artists whose practice is very dear to me. So and thank you for all of you being here. It's already like the weekend has started. You have like the public holiday on Monday, and you are sitting here, so it's a good sign. So my task is to kind of delineate a little bit the topic, the area of our interest, to kind of glue together different motives, so it will be more, I hope it will be more like a general thing which might be translated into the languages of your practices, but it's also like anchored in quite a solid way with a current exhibition which just opened in Warsaw. I'm working for a Museum of Modern Art in Warsaw, which is like a new institution. It took some time. It was more than almost 20 years in the making, but it finally opened, and we also opened an exhibition, a collection exhibition, which is divided into 4 chapters. And my chapter is dedicated to politically and socially engaged practices starting from the 50s. So what I was trying to do was to kind of embrace socialist realism in this kind of trajectory, in this like almost like an evolution of socially engaged practices, which are using this very specific language, which is like simplified, which use the genre of realism, of figurative art, which is like might be easily kind of adapted and which might be disseminated, distributed beyond those like elitist circles and like those sanctuaries of high art, but it might be like distributed among the people, directly to the working class, using very specific vocabulary, very specific aesthetics. So I would start. Do I have like the remote somewhere? You are having it. So this is a shot from the still a little bit empty new building of the Museum of Modern Art in Warsaw, with this one striking object, which is the. Let's check if it works. If I can like really change the slides. Oh, how can I move back? Okay, it's moving. Okay, so the object is a sculpture by a Polish prominent female artist, Alina Szapocznikow, who was really kind of like rediscovered like recently, but she was one of those like key players in the art scene, like in the 60s and 70s in Eastern Europe. But there is like one specific object. I will tell you a little bit later about the history, kind of like a biography of this object, which is related to this post-Soviet or like post-Soviet conditions. And like Warsaw was like totally like annihilated, like erased during the Second World War, and we faced like this kind of like this moment of like kind of restarting all the process and rethinking also like the duties, kind of like the civic duties of artistic practitioners. So this is one of the work which is quite I think emblematic for the era. It's a little work on paper, like ink on paper by Andrzej Wróblewski, a painter who is one of those like legendary figures of Polish art. He died young. He died in the mountains, like in a kind of like a mysterious way. So he was almost 30 when he died. But this is a work which it's very tiny. It's like 20 centimeters, which I found quite like quite meaningful and quite like embedded in this history of art, and thinking about the role of an artist. Who is an artist? What are those like obligations towards the society? This piece, this little painting, is called The Museum, and you see those two guys, men, maybe art historians, maybe museum workers, staring at the remnants of this kind of like a 19th century model of a museum. Like this bourgeois, elitist idea of, like the people looking, contemplating the objects, but this is like defragmented. Like the city, like the war was, like such a traumatic experience for everybody, like things are defragmented, like destroyed in pieces. And then we have to like make sense of it, like build something together and build like a new, better future. So this is the scene, so the museum is a part of the story, like how to reinvent art, like reinvent the institution, reinvent the museum for those new types. And So this is a shadow of those, like the shadow building, casting a shadow on Warsaw. It's a palace of culture. It's a building which was like a kind of unwanted gift from the Russians, from the Soviets, the last remaining buildings from the 19th century in the city center were demolished after the war to make like more space for this like a gigantic structure, which was like an idea from Joseph Stalin to mark the domination of the Soviets in the region. So this building has like siblings. There are like more of those like palaces in the region, in other places, like also in Baltic states, for example. And it's quite a like prominent edifice, casting its shadow ideologically also, not only like physically, on the city and marking the dominance of the Soviet Union. So this is a painting from Wojciech Fangor, also like an artist from Poland, who painted the same structure 2 years before like the building was finished, like kind of visualizing, like imagining like this Russian space shuttle like landing and crashing against the city center. And but 1955 was also like a moment. It wasn't only like a moment of opening of the building of the Palace of Culture. Also like other like huge buildings and like infrastructure, like the National Stadium and so on. But 1955 was also like this legendary like historical festival of international youth. So young people. Like it was like non-aligned countries where like people from Africa, from Asia, from Latin America were coming to Warsaw and dancing on the streets, like celebrating the new future. While it was still like a city of ruins. Like everything was like, not everything, but like majority of the city was like still like in pieces. And this is a shot from. Like also like an image from this festival of international youth, where artists were invited to decorate the city and cover the demolished buildings with those like huge wall paintings and huge fabrics. So one of the artists, Wojciech Fangor, made like a replica of Guernica, the famous Pablo Picasso's painting, 1-to-1 scale, and he just like hang it on one of those like shelled, destroyed buildings. So it was the role of also like like now we are like coming closer to my like main point in this like a short presentation, which is the role of propaganda, like propaganda art and engage art. So at the very beginning you saw like this little, no, it's not little, but it looked small, like the statue by Alina Szapocznikow, which is the monument of Polish-Soviet friendship. It was commissioned to also like as a part of this like of building the Palace of Culture. So it was like those two guys, the Russian soldier and the Polish worker, holding a red flag. It wasn't red because it was a bronze sculpture, but we can imagine it's a red flag. They were like greeting the visitors of this huge Palace of Culture, which I showed you. So they were standing there like looking proud and embracing each other. Some like critical people also noticed that like the Polish worker looks a little bit like afraid of the Russian soldier, like, and he's being like carried almost like like, so the Russian soldier shows the direction, shows the future. And you can see like Alina Szapocznikow sitting next to her sculpture. So after 1989, like after the collapse of the communist system, like the owners of the like now new owners, like private owners and the city council, decided to get rid of those traces of this like Polish-Soviet friendship, which was like a fabricated friendship. It wasn't like a real friendship at all. So they decided to get rid of the sculpture. And but the funny thing was that they couldn't really squeeze it through the door because it was so huge. So they decided to chop off, to cut the arms and the flag. So we found it like some years later, like kind of, like this relic, like the relic. I think it's very symbolic. It shows like this, almost like you can feel almost like this phantom pain of the missing limbs and the missing faith, missing ideology, like kind of missing friendship and camaraderie, which was kind of, falsified. And now the sculpture is even like more meaningful, because it's really a strange object, which is like ending up in a museum of contemporary art. It's like, a museum which is showing mainly like living artists and their works. So we decided to kind of find the missing banner in a symbolic way, to kind of like show it together. And finally I decided to go for Nikita Kadan's work. Nikita is an Ukrainian artist based in Kiev, and Nikita was doing those flags using the remnants of cars which were shelled by the Russians, so in Donbass, in like different places. So he was making those flags which were almost like the evidence material of all those atrocities. So, but like thinking about like propaganda, like Rafa will talk more about this. It's later. It's a photo by Yulia Krivich, a Ukrainian artist who was also like co-establishing like this the Sunflower, which is like a solidarity center, which was in the museum. And I think this is like also like the trajectory, like from the socialist realism as something which is like embracing people who are not usually going to the galleries, to the museums, ending up in a museum becoming like a solidarity center, So instead of just like kind of like imitating it, like kind of falsifying it, fabricating it, you have like the real people, the real like victims, of this kind of the war, of the occupation, like appropriating the museum as a real kind of like a solidarity center. So just a few shots how the museum, how our like temporary space looked like, and kind of concluding it before I will show you also like a short film, which I think it might be like a kind of like a tongue cleanser, as they say, between our presentations. So talking about propaganda, this word has like very bad connotations, of course, like it's after the 20th century, and it's like being related to indoctrination, like forcing people to believe in something, like changing their opinions, like or like cheating on them, like lying to them. But propaganda has, like, when you think about like the origins of the word, the Latin origins, like to propagare is to grow something, like plants, like flowers, but it's also about like growing or like disseminating ideas. So it's not only about like forcing somebody to believe in something, but it's more about like like sharing certain values and amplify them. Like this is quite interesting when you look at Amagul's work, when you see Rafa's photos, like it's also about something, like propagating certain like feelings, emotions, and it's not like a like this blunt hammering of like ideology. No, it's like it's something which really makes you think about like this specific geopolitical situation. So even like in Polish language, like we before the word advertisement was introduced in the 20th century, we were just saying propaganda. Like there was like the department of propaganda at Art Academy. Just like a few, I don't want to like take so much space. I have to like take care of our like timing, so I will not talk a lot about those images, but I think there is something really interesting and quite visible in the Shattered Words exhibition, which is kind of rhyming, coinciding with like this Eastern European school of propaganda art, is that artists were using like this large scale, like monumental paintings, monumental sculptures, and they were really investing into the kind of mastery of exhibition making. Yeah, how you make a show, make like this constellation of objects, make like the whole scenography, architecture, to talk about something. This is like a shot from quite early exhibition by Stanisław Zamecznik and Wojciech Zamecznik, two brothers who were like really masters of like making shows, of like display. And they were like exhibitions, especially in Eastern Europe, like glorifying the industry, you know, like the mining, like the steel works, you know, but they were very beautiful and incredibly arranged. So like going to the film excerpt, I just wanted to introduce like this very interesting aspect of, you know about it, that there were like many kind of exchanges, like, channels of communication between Asia and Eastern Europe, and, you know, like artists going to such countries as Vietnam, for example, you know, and this is like a newspaper with drawings from Aleksander Kobzday, a Polish drawer who spent like 2 years in Vietnam in the 50s, and he was like following people like peasants, you know, making those really beautiful drawings, and you know, like supporting this like decolonial struggles. So this story of Aleksander Kobzday, who was like settling down in the jungle, making those, you know, sketches of peasants and chickens and those like wooden huts and everything, inspired somehow one of my favorite artists of our times, Diane Severin Nguyen, a Vietnamese American artist, who was like feeding on this, like on those stories, on those myths of this exchange. And she did a film in Warsaw using all those traces, you know, thinking about propaganda, thinking about engagement art, and trying to distill, like compress all those, like push them to the extreme, you know, like all those codes and aesthetics, you know, making a K-pop video clip, using those socialist sculpture as a backdrop, using quotes from Mao Zedong and Baden-Meinhof, you know, like group organization, and using like special uniforms, and doing like this K-pop anthem called "If Revolution Is a Sickness." You know, so it's a gorgeous film. It's like it's 20 minutes long, so I selected like 4 minutes, something like 4 minutes. So this is. So I would ask you to play this little excerpt with the music, and as a kind of like a shift to the other presentations. And it's all like filmed in Warsaw during the pandemic time. So you can see this like a strangely abandoned, like, you know, also you can recognize the edifice of this Palace of Culture, which I showed you. So this was like the scenography for this, like a propaganda K-pop anthem.
Cóż, należymy do narodu, którego losem jest strzelać do wroga z brylantów.
Make it louder.
This is end of history.
I'll try this. Hello. Yeah, it's a little bit difficult to to make a presentation after this clip. I'll try to make it interesting. First of all, thank you for having me here. On behalf of the collective, actually few collectives that I'm part of, and I'm gonna speak on behalf of these collectives because like the community thing is something that became like super important in the past 2 decades of like my practice, and also in relation to the region. Since, okay, maybe I just changed because it looks like a corporate presentation of something, so I just switched the first. Yeah, the community thing has become super important because it makes you feel stronger. It makes your artwork and your work more visible, more differentiated. That can be approached from different perspectives. I find it just simply much more inspiring and interesting in terms of this multitude of voices. So let's start from the collective that was founded in Eastern Europe, like almost 20 years ago, Sputnik Photos. Sputnik word resonates within the Shutter exhibition several times, so it was kind of interesting link to see how, like, this Sputnik idea, which is like a traveling friend, if we translate it literally from Russian. But also it's something that transmits certain idea. Our entire practice of all the collectives that I'm going to present, including Sputnik photos, it was not to replicate any propaganda promoted by Soviet regime or post-Soviet regime, because we've been operating in this like a post-Soviet regime era, but to build certain counter-statement or certain critical approach towards the legacy of the region that we come from. So that was something which was very important for our artwork. And the workbook that you can see at the exhibition, it's a super demanding format. As an exhibition, it's a book with more than 100 short texts that try to identify or find some sort of a definition, which is like a kind of a utopian idea to find a definition what the Soviet Union was for both people who were part of Soviet Union. And I think it's important to stress that Poland has never been like a full member of Soviet Union. I mean, like Poland has been occupied by Soviet regime for many decades, but we have never been a republic. So this influence of Soviet regime was somehow much more remote than, for instance, Kazakhstan or Baltic states or Ukraine. So I would say it was I know somehow more relaxed, if we can use this term. So we try to think about what does it mean for people from our region? What does it mean for people from different geographies? Because like this is the experience. This is a purely geographical experience that the further away you are from Soviet Union, you were from Soviet Union, or maybe from today's Russia, there's romanticization of the country, of course, the super rich culture, which comes first. It somehow annihilates this like brutal and violent aspect of that place that has been casted on so many countries all over the world. So we asked several, like a couple dozen authors, including Sebastian, to write like a short entries, trying to define or reflecting personal experiences or some imaginary stories or some actual stories that could have possibly been related to idea of Soviet Union. So this book is, as I said, a compilation of more than 100 short texts. So if you plan to visit the exhibition, I don't encourage you to read the full book. It would be nice, of course, but if you could, as I said at this short guided tour the other day, you could pick 1 or 2 or 3 entries just to have a taste of like these different ideas of what Soviet Union actually was. And maybe this is interesting because I didn't plan this. This illustration is actually an uranium extraction site in Tajikistan that was probably used in this nuclear. It was used during this nuclear test in Kazakhstan. So it's maybe a good link to Almagul's work. So there is a lot of nice little connections in between the works that are present at the show. So this publication has been it was published was printed in 2016. So that was our first reaction, and this is like maybe the link to what Sebastian said, like what is our role as artists, as storytellers, as people who have certain tools, and if we think about these tools and we think about the agency of what we do, we tend to think that this is quite a limited arsenal, and what actual impact do we have as artists, as visual storytellers, or even like a visual activists, because I will tackle this perspective as well. So this book was basically inspired by, not inspired, but provoked by the annexation of Crimea back in 2014 by Russia. This is where the this very fragile balance that we somehow kept in the region for a few decades started to collapse, and Russia started to perform its neo-imperial and neo-colonial perspective stronger and stronger. And this, of course, led to the full-scale invasion in 2022. Maybe this is quite a common fact, but today it's not so actually common, because you know, the news circulation is very brutal, and it doesn't last forever. I mean certain news, of course. So like the theme of the war in Ukraine has somehow disappeared from you know, our local news broadcasts, because we somehow got used to this. And I think this is so dangerous, and this is so it's a handicap. We tend to assimilate to different situations, but I think we can never assimilate to this ongoing conflict that has been happening for more than 10 years now. It's not like 2022 that Russia invaded Ukraine. Yes, Russia invaded Ukraine in 2014. So we have to remember that, and that's why I started to work with different structures, with different communities, to make this topic alive, to keep the discourse alive, and keep the stories circulating. And this is also what you can see at the exhibition. It's another publication, but this time you can take it with you. And it's a teaser of, and a collection of 30 Ukrainian refugee stories that I started to collect together with Ukrainian photographers and Ukrainian writers, to build certain platform for the people that were affected by the conflict directly, to give them the voice, to give them the exposure. And this is something that is strictly connected to my previous experiences working in collectives, having some organizational skills, being able to fundraise money, to, I don't know, to publish newspapers, to organize exhibitions, to organize certain events around in this particular case, the migration phenomena. As I said also a couple days ago, we have in Poland we have experienced the largest migration phenomena in our history. It was like more than 10 million Ukrainian refugees crossed our borders both ways, because most of them came back to Ukraine, and I think the rest of them would like to go back to their homes. For those, of course, who still can, because big chunk of occupied territories is just simply devastated, which we can relate to the Warsaw pictures that we saw in Sebastian's presentation. So it's just an example of a very small scale activity, but I think it's super important to to remind and recall endlessly that this is something which is going on. Nothing has changed. The war is still affecting Ukrainian territories. Millions of people are on different stages of migration, and we still collect the stories. The Ukrainian photographers and the writers work in the field and upload the stories to this online resource, which is called UAtlas War Migration Record. So this is like our contribution to keeping up the this like important for our region, but not only for our region. As I said, today Ukraine is affected by the war, and it has been invaded by Russia. But actually, we don't know what happens next. Would the Baltic states be next? Will Poland be next? We don't know that. So we try as artists, as storytellers, to keep this question and to keep this problem alive and to keep up this discussion. We cannot forget about this, which in fact we do, because it's no more a news-related topic that evokes emotions like as big emotions as like 3 years ago, sorry, when the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine happened. So another, well, like a last part of this presentation is something that is more related with visual activism rather than with photography or some art activity. It's a collective that has been founded in 2019 in Poland, which is called the Archive of Public Protests, and it was a response to violation of democratic norms, violation of human rights, violation of judiciary system, and with a group of photographers and non-photographers, activists, sociologists, people with cameras that started to document all the protests that happened in Poland after the right-wing government took over the power in 2015. We just started to ask these questions to ourselves. How can we become useful as visual storytellers to the society? And I think this experience of this collective has become one of the most amazing experiences that I had, and the first time in my entire career I felt useful as an artist, useful to society. So what you can see here is a spread of the spontaneous publications that we started to release, appropriating the protesters' slogans, slogans of different protests, from solidarity with Ukraine protests to LGBTQ plus rights protests, from pro-choice protests to climate change demonstrations. So all these problems that we started to address in the public space, and this publication started to this publication was some sort of a contribution to all these protest movements, to empower them, to give them visibility again, to support them visually, because the newspaper that you can see here consists of pictures, banners, slogans, slogans that became banners at the protests. I'll show you some pictures later on how the newspaper has been circulated and used, which was a big surprising thing for such a small group of basically voluntary participants of this collective, but we felt that we have certain agency in terms of what we sometimes think our tools that are not so strong, that are not so useful. All of a sudden, all these different little things that click together, of course, in coalition with different movements, with different organizations, with different even political movements and grassroots movements, they started to collaborate perfectly. And it was something that we couldn't anticipate. But all of a sudden, we just became part of this movement. So we started to spread this propaganda, actually, because this is very one-sided thing. But to me, propaganda, the word propaganda or the term propaganda, is more related to the power structures that control the narrative. So I would say what we did, because we were always siding with the groups of people that were discriminated, that in confrontation with power, basically are on the much weaker position. So I would say it was some sort of counter propaganda. But the message was very direct, very strong. We used this very simple documentary language and photojournalistic format, but it was very far away from photojournalism because we took sides. We were not objective. We didn't try to objectify the events that we photographed. We always sided with one particular narrative, which is empowering all these grassroots movements. And this was something that we are very clear about. We stand with the protesters. It's not something that is affiliated with some political fraction or we had a change of government recently, but all the issues that we've been addressing in the streets for the past 10 years, nothing changed. And some cases are even much worse. So we're still in the streets. We still publish the newspapers. And these are pictures of the protesters holding the newspapers. It's not a set-up picture. It's a real situation. So these people have no idea who is distributing all these newspapers and banners. It's like anonymous publication. But we saw it very much in use, and that was something also incredible because several thousand, I think more than 40,000 newspapers has been distributed with our own hands. So we are not a distribution company or entity or some press entity, but at least this is something what we could do and how we could contribute to all these different protest movements that we had and we still have in Poland. So it's not like a singled out action. It's a coalition of different events, coalition of different initiatives, because alone we would not be visible. We would not sustain. So it's as I said, it's a collaborative thing. It's something which is very much associated with community, something which is associated with certain coalition of values that we try to support. And I think this is it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Kun Sebastian and Kun Rafael. As I already said, in the beginning of this session, that now artistic struggle is real. Yeah, Israel for now. We can see from our artists here, and we included as well. Right? We try to get more people to know and not to normalize all of these radical things that is happening now in Europe, especially in Poland, which many cases that maybe it will be like the next on the list from the Putin invasion. Yeah. Hun Sebastian, he talked about like the socialist propaganda in the big picture. Yeah, you can see like the palace of culture. You can see like the propaganda from the big picture from the state policy. We already heard from Hun Rafal about impact of socialist regimes, especially in Poland, and now from the Ukrainian immigrants who are now staying in Poland as well. Yeah, we can see now from both the big picture, from both the ordinary people. Now we are about to listen from Hun Elmaku, yeah, about the impact of Soviet legacies in Kazakhstan, and I have to say that it is quite very unique. There, what you will hear now on. So the floor is yours.
Already. Hello from Kazakhstan. Okay, so this is first I thought, can I get up a little bit? So I thought first to show you a map, then you understand where we are, where I take you. So I took you here, Kurchatov, it's actually center of Eurasia, this flat box, what we saw. Actually, this is map of my works. I was traveling around Kazakhstan and Central Asia. Oh, no, I just want to... Yes. So this is a map of my work where I traveled, and I did several works in Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan have a big border with Russia, and 7,000 or something, 7,000 kilometers, and with China, 4,200 kilometers. So in this we see all other Central Asia. It's Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan. So I mean, Kazakhstan is a country who's having close border with Russia, and we, in a way, we're kind of protecting other countries during the Soviet time. So I wanted to also say, like, Kazakhstan have a Baikonur. It's here. Baikonur, and also I'm going to later show you work, a little bit video. It's about Karlak. It's a archipelago Karlak. It's a gulag which is situated in Kazakhstan during Stalin regime. From I think it starts from 1930 and finished when Stalin died. So 53, 54, it was slowly, it's deformatted, but it was, took territory, like a territory of the size of France. So Kazakhstan is very big in territory. It's a 5-time France. So I was enjoyed the previous conversation. I wanted to add, you know, my work. Yes, I have a typical Soviet education. So when I was training, I was a small part. We were like people who, you know, artists can build the empires. So we kind of learn how to do. And when Soviet Union collapsed, I had a very interesting situation where, you know, everything what I learned became unnecessary anymore. You cannot make money. So suddenly you have to do something else. So I'm joking. So my probably art practice, it's I use the same tool what I learn, to praise the power, but work against. And then all my works, of course, there is elements of propaganda or rethinking what is a propaganda, because I was thinking how I can, use and decolonize that knowledge which I have, which I learn. So, next, this work is. This work is called Altar of the East. It's actually a real nuclear button, so it's somewhere there. I mean, you have to call. So it's this model from Kurchatov, from the nuclear test field of 50s. So this also the work from the Kurchatov. So where is the, when I was filming the lady who I interviewed, she was, after her story, she was always repeating, maybe I'm telling too much. So this is also, I think, a very important state where people are, if they have memories or they see certain things, they remember, but they always have a self-control. Self-censorship. So this work I did also, it's in Kurchatov, but this work called Nostalgia in 2014. It's actually where Russia was invading and annexed Crimea. We witnessing how many people, they were like, they were saying, yes, we have to come back to our empire. Soviet empire was amazing and great. And so for me, it was like a nostalgia. So I did using all, propaganda or everything, all kind of tools, just to explain what actually in the end, how it looks from outside. So another work a project I did, I'm doing a lot about water. So water was a main problem in Kazakhstan and also very badly managed during the Soviet time. So we have this ongoing problems. So this is Aral Sea, and I did a project Transoceanic Dreams. So this is Aral Beach. So I also use many of the images. So this is work called Homeland Guard. It's like a kind of half shaman, half KGB, half, I don't know, feminist. And we don't know where all this goes. So this work, actually, I did this also in area of Gulag. Gulag is a labor camps, so which is built. Most of the people who moved they were forced to go and live, work for labor camps. All of them, they built actually Soviet Union, and then Soviet Union became very strong and can compete with America for a certain time. So there is actually all the structures was built by prisoners, by labor camp. It was moved a lot of nations like Chechenians, Georgians, Polish, Belarusians, Japanese, Koreans. So I mean, like all Caucasus, a lot of nations from Caucasus, Ukrainians. There was like but before I wanted also to explain that it became empty lands because before was a famine also, which is cause of collectivization and industrialization of Kazakhstan. So we lost about 49% of the nomads. So now we have 20 million, but originally we have to be 70 million people. So I mean, this is like a demographic disaster. So this is also my works when you see a lot of like space, big space around, it's also, like sometimes I think also there is many people who are missing or emptiness. So this is also one work. It's a protector of the wasteland. This work from Kurchatov. It's a letter. So it's a, in Kurchatov, where there was that site, nuclear site, was running also about 20 programs, big programs, and they were all scientists. There was a lot of laboratories, experimental laboratories. So I kind of had a reflection on it. Yeah, Vostok is east. Yeah, and this is also it's a photograph of installation in the Grand Palais in Paris. So I did 3 works. I combined together Kurchatov, and then I did tokamak. It's a thermonuclear device, which is also interesting, exists now in the same territory of nuclear test field, which is that place became very if before was like only had a number like 22 or Moscow 400, now it's the same people working with the international teams. There is a lot of Ukrainians come because of the Chernobyl problems, and then of course from Japan also the problems with nuclear test with bomb. Okay. So here. Number 3 from this set. I'm going to show you a film about. Can you just? Okay. So this film, I did this film called Archipelago Karlag. I did. We have 3 museums in Kazakhstan, which is was dedicated to Soviet Union. Mostly it's historical museums. But it's about Stalin repression times. So one of the museum is situated in Astana. It's a labor camp for it's female, for women. So there was a wife of enemy of the of people, they call. The second big Karlak was in the center of Kazakhstan in Karaganda, where I'm going to show. And then I actually these museums allowed to they first it's supported by government, but because we're living we have the same history. But in Russia it's already that kind of museum eliminated, and we are like only at this moment we are only country in that area. We're keeping these museums for people. My actually interest was to go to film this museum because I wanted to, I know that information or history always were like manipulated, and we don't know what it will be in the future, how people will look at the, at this Stalin's labor camp, in 10 years, we don't know. So with this old geopolitical changes. So I filmed that, and I the main person who coming and listening the guide, it's Stalin himself. So there was actually when Stalin died, someone told there was in the people were saying, oh yes, Stalin died, but he is multiply in all of us. So it's a kind of mentality, and I wanted to bring this Stalin, to this and listening this lecture, what happens, because in very often people who victims of the in these labor camps, they were there was so strong propaganda. They were saying no, he's so good, but just a lot of enemies in our country in our country. That's why we're here. But he was, but Stalin is very good, and he will be never put me in the jail. So that's why how all this propaganda works.
политических репрессий поселка Долинка. Именно в этом здании с 35 по 59 находилась администрация, которая управляла сетью лагерей, входивших в состав ГУЛАГа. Здание было построено с 33 по 35 год руками заключенных. Входная группа, представленная вашему вниманию, носит название сломанный шанрак. Шанрак – символ семейного благополучия, благосостояния, символ домашнего очага. Здесь он сдавлен тисками тоталитаризма, поэтому слово символизирует трагедию того времени, того народа, Здесь также представлено выступление президента Республики Казахстан Нурсултана Абишевича Назарбаева на открытии музея в Алжире. Алжир – это Кумовецкий лагерь жен изменников Флores. 26-я лагерная точка. На стене представлена картина «Октябрьское восстание». Это Карпаралинск, 1931 год. Картина имеет собирательный образ, она отражает настроение местного населения, проводимой политикой организации местных заготовок. Ячейкой этой экспозиции является дневник политического заключенного. Человек был осужден на 10 лет по 58 статье. В этом дневнике полностью отражена его деятельность, когда он был срок исправительного трудовом лагере. Он работал агрономом на сельскохозяйственной опытной станции. Более чем на 150 страницах отражена его деятельность. На этой странице открыто не случайно. По цифре 6 написаны следующие строки. По радио объявили о смерти Сталина. Какой удар для страны? Кто продолжит дело Ленина? Люди не верили в то, что Сталин знает, как они такие репрессивные дела. Действительно абсолютно невинных людей. Они считали, что до него это не доносит. Дети. По ГУЛАГу наиболее крупных лагерей женских будет 4. Это Темниковский, Джангижирский и Р-17. Но именно Р-17 станет самым известным. Его назовут 26-я лагерная точка и в дальнейшем Алжир. Акмолинский лагерь жен изменников Родины только в первый год своего существования принял 2000 женщин. 655 будут беременны, рожать будут непосредственно в лагерях. Из-за плохих условий будет повышенная смертность младенцев и повышенная смертность рожениц. В витрине представлен архивный документ, согласно которому в отделение ГУЛАГа поступило 514 детей. От условий содержания погибнет за 2 месяца 1/5 часть. Детей, которые умирали, хоронили на окраине. Название мамочки сохранилось также до сегодняшнего дня. В витрине представлена фотография. Площадь кладбища составляет на сегодняшний день порядка 500 квадратных метров. В тот период очень большой. Рядом с кладбищем есть русло реки, которая, когда была полноводной, помывала это кладбище, помывая человеческие останки. Если говорить о воспитании детей, то воспитывали в крестьянных леницах. При рождении фамилии и воспитывали так, что в дальнейшем, когда они достигали совершеннолетия, считая своих родителей врагами народа в письменном виде, дети отказывались от своих родителей. Детей у матерей забирали сразу, отправляли в дом малютки. Мать собственного ребенка видела 3 раза в день при кормлении. Матерей водили под конвоем. В дальнейшем дети по достижению 3-4 лет будут отправляться в детские дома. Сакаровские, пионерские, компанейские. В витрине представлены очень интересные экспонаты, оригиналы писем детей компанейского детского дома. В дальнейшем детей отправляли в ВТК. Их не судили, не расстреливали, просто использовали как бесплатные рабочие руки. Если говорить о масштабе репрессий по приказу 486, который был подписан в 1937 году, то опять же местные упомянут тот же самый Алжир. За весь период своего существования через него пройдет порядка 18 000 женщин.
Девчонки, я вообще родителей в глаза не видел никого. Я знаю, что когда я получила репрессированный листочек, вот этот, да, вот, и там написано Склюдова Марфа Сергеевна с 19-го года рождения родила Зою, дочь. Отец Астафин Михаил. Никакого дня рождения, ничего не написано. Все подсекретно. Я вот чувствую, что почему, когда приходили даже эти, германцы приходят, потом поляки приходят, секретные материалы хотят раскрыть, это самое. И вот я, когда ходила в КГБ туда, и французы приезжали и просили у них тоже спросить вот эти, не разрешили. Все подсекречено. Я говорю, мне скоро 75 будет, и все закрыто, все не разрешено.
Мать плакала, а...
Thank you.
In fact, I have to say that I want it to be like a listening material for my Russian class in Chulalongkorn University. Yeah, I have to say like this. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to maybe it's very scary, but yeah. I wanted to say that from the very deep propaganda, you know, how this propaganda works on the psycho. And also, there is another thing I think is very important, when people don't know anything, so it's a lot of people where they're disinformed, so this is what you can do with the people. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, what we're facing also with the informational war, or like with the labor camps in China, in Xinjiang, so the same situation, the same. I'm just saying, like, knowledge, it's people adapt and just use plus a little bit of technology. Yeah, so it's looks like different, but it's the same power.
Yeah, I agree that it looks different, but it is the same oppressive power. Yeah, which were doing this for I think for all of these people in Poland and in Kazakhstan. I think now it is the time for Q&A session. Yeah, if you have anything to ask about the artistic. Yeah.
Hello. Hi, I'm Hanu. I want to ask a question, like, when you do the political artwork about historical events like this, maybe in Russia or many places on earth, what message you want to send to the next generation, for the people in the future? What do you want to tell them?
Maybe you.
Okay. I think it's most important people have information, because like what is also probably good in contemporary art, like especially when artists who research, they can have like fresh, maybe not opinionated information, because actually you're not working for any power, or so I think it's important education. So number one, I see my work, I would like people to see, study, understand. I came probably from the different field. I would like people understand, see, as much people see, they educated, they can understand what happens. They can choose. Because I see everywhere people certain missing information or using certain things. I also see how art market or art, contemporary art is divided, where is a certain elite or a certain establishment works, and then people don't see many things. Like, for example, so I would like a lot of people just be educated.
Maybe I can like back you up also with the response, because it's a more universal question, like it's all about like the very protocols of writing a history or the history. Yeah, it's like it's always the history is written by those who came back from the battlefields as winners. Yeah, or it's the history written by the colonizers, by the occupiers. by the riches, by the, people who are in power. So as D.F.A also mentioned that it's like this kind of propaganda battle. It's also like it's all about like those hierarchies, like the people who are marginalized, discriminated, and those who are in power. So what I see in your work is like it's also like this way of showing the other history. Yeah, the history which didn't like settle down properly. It wasn't written, but it's a story which is like very hazy. Like it's not. You cannot really quite grasp it. It's a little bit like a hallucination, because we are hallucinating the future and we are hallucinating the past. It's like nothing is like solid. Nothing is embedded, because they are just like whispers of like different like actors of the history. So that's why I think it's so important, like to share such works that they are like kind of like showing like the alternative. There are like many. When you ask somebody like what is the history like of Kazakhstan, like you should have rather asked like whose history, because like there are like many owners of those like histories, and they are like quite protective about those stories, and all the cracks, all the like fractures in this like solid monolith of history is like really beneficial for us.
And you, Rafał, do you have anything to add?
Well, I could just ask for like one thing. Like, this is nothing new. We are recycling the same problems over and over again. I think it's just a question of a changing context. So we're just trying, whether we work with contemporary archives, whether we work with historical archives, it's basically the same problems. And it's just a question of, like, if we think about like something that's what remains for future. I mean, I'm pretty hopeless, because since we are recycling or dealing with the same problems, I mean, we could have asked the same question like a couple dozen years or 100 years ago. And since we see what's going on today, we didn't learn anything. So our message for the future, for the present, from the past, was unsuccessful somehow, probably, or maybe our our voice was not strong enough. So I think this is like and of course it's a utopian thing, and we should be doing this, because if we are not doing this, these narratives would be taken over by they are taken over by those who are in power, those who are in higher hierarchies. So, but still, we have to hopelessly try to find these new ways of access, and maybe try to find like this new ways of imprinting this message for the future, maybe with this slight hope that it would be something useful for for the generations to come. But our history, sadly, is a proof that the system doesn't seem to be working, or so, but it doesn't mean that we shouldn't be trying to do this.
The artists have the consequence of telling the truth. Did you face any consequence of telling your truth in your area?
Well, me personally, I mean, it's like because if I refer to my presentation, like what I was showing is very local, and I'm aware that there's so many much more brutal, violent protest environments all around the world that I think people are way more braver, and they suffer much more consequences including imprisonment, harassment, tortures, and even like a life loss. So it's it's something that luckily didn't happen to to me. On our local scale, yes, I not suffered, but I encountered some consequences of that. But I don't regret. So I have to say, and I have to express my extreme gratitude to all the activists, artist activists, political activists who are basically fighting for our better future on daily basis. And these are the people who are facing, or journalists who are there to write the truth, and they have this wide audiences, because we have to stress that. I mean, our art circulation is quite a niche one, with few exceptions that are actually managing to jump out of our art bubble. So I would say what we do here in this kind of a niche environment is a complementary work to this more of a mainstream resistance work that is being done on daily basis. So my gratitude to all these individuals and institutions and organizations who are on the barricades, on the front lines of this. We can call it daring to tell the truth, or dealing or scratching, this painful, and problematic spots.
I think we will have time for the other question. คุณพี่ด้านบนฮะ
Understanding we have a limit of time, but I have two questions. I do think this, like when they saw this your work, Amaku. You start this work as is a political work or environmental in beginning? This is the first question. And second, I mean, when you start this is to work in art, you start in as is a political issue or environmental first. And second,
Did we start it?
I can answer this question because I came to arts from social sciences, so I'm like educated as a sociologist. So for me, art is one of those like weird but quite efficient tools to bring people together and create certain narratives or like counter narratives. So it's so yeah, I am like an outsider to art, but I really like to piggyback on it. On those, like, I really, even though like, even if you don't believe in like the impact, like the kind of consequences of artistic practices, there are those who believe in them. I mean, like the program, like conservative right-wing politicians who are like censoring art because they believed it's successful, it's like efficient. So, like someday, like, so basically they're like, they're like, bad and good news about it, like it's like art works, like there are many, the evidence material is solid, but the bad news is that you can use it for like a wrong way, on wrong cause, like it's like a knife. You can cut your veggies, or you can like cut somebody's throat, the same with art, and I think it's like this propaganda war which we are like participating in is very much about like standing on the right side of the barricade, so that's the thing. And it's not only a question of individual artistic practices, but it's also like a question of institutions, which is much more problematic nowadays. That can you take the risk, like it's can you have like for example like a clear pro-Palestinian stance on an institution nowadays, and in many corners of the globe, which is like impossible, if you don't want to like face like the real consequences and be deported, for example, from Germany.
You know, what I think, you know, the question politics or art, I think it's already mistake question this, because because I think it's what I do. Like I know, like every I don't know day we are changing, and we have to you know, humanize ourselves every time. You have to find out where you are as a human, because technology change. Suddenly our ethics, we don't even understand what we're doing, stupid thing, and then need the time to understand that this was terrible what we did. So I think we constantly have to, you know, understand where we as a human what we do, and technology is changing us because we would like to have more. We have idea to have more, be happy, live forever, be beautiful forever. So I mean, this is, I think it's if you shift that from that question, I think it's many things has became easier to understand and navigate for me. Mm-hmm.
Do you have anything to add, Raphael, for just 1 minute? Or 2 minutes? 2 minutes.
50 seconds.
I mean, I wish I wouldn't have to refer to politics, but there is no choice. For me, everything, every corner, there is no blind spots. So, I don't know, this is my case. I wish I wouldn't have to do this, because I was forced to do this. I was forced by the outside context, and I don't see other solution than to tackle this, and with all the tools and means that I have, just to respond to this problem. And maybe then we can have a happy, long, colorful life. And let's hope for that.
Sorry, my second question. I know this is really limited of time.
I think it might be enough now. Yeah.
We didn't answer your questions. Sorry.
Yeah, maybe you can ask question.
Yeah, my second question is how hard to get the data. Get the data information. Because this is Kazakhstan, this is what I learned from this. I only know there's a problem of ROC from Thailand. So this is data is really important. And there's a long time this data like that with the propaganda, hoax, fraud from the government and hiding things. It's happening around the world. So that's why this I asking the first question is stupid thing. This which the first idea this is for make art in the political issue or the environmental, because right now there's many artists is they choose environmental as a trend, but politics is they hide behind. So it's a very stupid question.
Yeah, okay. So how to, you know, it's first probably, I understand. But that's why I'm saying we need to learn why is contemporary art probably it's good, because that you have a fresh experience, people researching, and you have opportunity to have information from someone. So people doing research, yes. But now we have Perplexity AI. You can always ask question through this artificial intelligence. They will give you. You know, I'm joking. No, but it's true. It's true. Now it's information is easy. I think it's also, but I understand. Yes, analyze information, humanize information to give you in this scale for a human to understand. Because we also have like we cannot also eat a lot of information. We need a certain information which is humanized for us. Yeah. So this is also. Otherwise, if we don't have this, we can lose. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I don't know if I answer your question. So I think it's a problem. We have to resolve.
We might end up like a whole seminar about like the very nature of artistic research. You know how it differs from like scientific one, and you know like how it opens up. You know like this field of experiment. Mm-hmm. You know like and how it like might be adopted in other disciplines. So, but this is for the next seminar. I hope Gridthiya and Haisang will organize it like next year.
You will find all the answers in next seminar.
No. We have to take power from bloggers, from journalists.
Yeah, so now this is the conclusion of our talking session now. Yeah. I would like to thank Hun Almaku, Hun Rafael, Hun Sebastian for the participation of this session. And I think there will be like some break before the next session, right? Or
there will not be any breaks. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So now, so we would like to thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Nathanop, Rafael Almaku, and Sebastian for these very meaningful sessions. So the next and the last panel. So if anybody needs a loo or something, you can go, but then we will continue the second panel straight away. The second panel discussion is titled "The World Is Not Enough." So let us welcome our speakers: U Sao Yi, artist; Jun Yang, artist; and Dr. Kathleen Ditsik, curator at the National Gallery, Singapore. This discussion will be moderated by Associate Professor Dr. Bandit Chan Rojanakit from the Department of Government, Faculty of Political Science, Chulalongkorn University. So you can go to this symposium is not finished yet, but then you can stretch your legs a bit, but please quickly come back.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're gonna be quick. Thanks. I'm really honored to be on this panel. The world is not enough, but I think many of us feel like I'm enough. Anyway, the show must go on. So 3 of us will be the panelists. I will moderate all the discussions here. And let me first introduce our 3 speakers. Of course, the first one will be our artist, U Sao Yi. She was born and raised in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, but now she works and lives in Taipei. Her works, you can go up to the 8th floor, sorry. Yes, the 8th floor. And there are 3 works, video pieces, and you can see all the records, the things about the 3 stories of men who lost their life or somehow became the legend of their own rights. So the video is somehow really interesting, and you can see the trace of history of Cold War and something related to contemporary issues as well. And please welcome U Sao Yi. And the second person, I'd like to introduce Jun Yang. We actually met back in somehow 1997 without seeing each other. But it was the first time that I went to Vienna and had a show with Nawin Rawanchakun at Sysession. And he was back then still studying and walking around there. But now he became a part of Sysession. Jun Yap was born, let's say he is an artist based in Vienna, Taipei, and Yokohama, the 3 sites. And you can see also his work on the 8th floor, the things about looking out from space to see the world from above. And that reminds me a lot of discussions today, the world is not enough. And last person I'd like to introduce, please give him a big applause as well. And the last one is Kathleen Ditsik. And she's an art historian and curator. She conducts research on global histories of culture, finance, and geopolitics through the lens of Southeast Asian modern and contemporary art. Her doctoral degree dissertation focused on relationship between art and Cold War, entitled "Exhibiting Southeast Asia in the Cultural Cold War: Geopolitics of Regional Art Exhibition 1940s to 1980s." So 3 of us, 3 of them will discuss and talk about their own experience. Let me start and give Sao Yi a microphone to talk about the inspiration, the ideas, and things about how Cold War remains in your work.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I believe this is the time for a tea break. So I'll try my best to make the slide presentation a bit entertaining. So yeah, I'll speak a bit about the work that are exhibited up there in BACC in here in the 8th floor in the Blue Room. Basically, I give them a very coherent title called Still Alive because basically there are 3 works comprising of 3 either mysteriously missing or mysteriously lost their life during the Second World War or during the Cold War. Which one of them is Jim Thompson? Because this 3 figure I think is not quite familiar in Thailand. So I'm going to give kind of like a little bit of storytelling of behind the scenes stories of these 3 men. So okay, so this is the 3 men. One, I think I'm going to stand. It's a bit awkward. I'll stand in the front. So we have these 3 men here. One is T.Y., one is Lok, and one is Jim. So T.Y. is a name for Thaniutaka. He died mysteriously in 1943. Some said in Johor, some said in Singapore. Not sure, but it was said that he was a spy, which is a secret agent for the Japanese army. And the other one, the second figure that we have here is Lok Wan To. He was a Malayan, which he lives in the area of Malaya and where Peninsular Malaysia and Singapore are still under the British colonization or at one point are one country. And so Lok Wan To died. He is a film tycoon actually in the 1950s and 1960s, and he actually died in a plane crash in 1964, not in Singapore, but in Taiwan. Well, I'll talk about their stories later in a very fast pace. So the other one, the last one is Jim Thompson, who he disappeared mysteriously in 1967 in Malaysia, in Cameron Highlands. So I'm going to kind of reveal the behind-the-scenes stories of these 3 men or important figures here in a while. I'll skip this one. So I'll speak about Thaniutaka. Thaniutaka was born, I think, in the 1910. He traveled actually to the northeastern part of Peninsular Malaysia with his family in 1911, looking for a better future. I think in some books and in some informations that we got, he was believed that he was born in Fukuoka. His family was from Fukuoka, and the whole family went to Malaysia in 1911, and the father opened a barber shop in the northeast of Malaysia. And what we see here is on the left is Thaniutaka, his news in 1942, where he was saying that he was a spy working for the FK, which is kind of like a Southeast Asia spy agency or group under the Japanese army during the Second World War. And there are sayings that he actually died from war or died of a malaria during the 1940s. But what strikes me in the middle here is you can see if you visit the Japanese cemetery in Singapore today, you will find a tomb of Thaniutaka. His story was kind of like drawn in front of a shrine in the Japanese cemetery. And but Thaniutaka appears actually emerged in 1943 in a propaganda film made by the Japanese in 1943. The propaganda film was titled The Tiger of Malaya, which on the right-hand side, the image on the right-hand side. So in this propaganda film, he was portrayed as a Japanese, but he can speak fluent Malay language. He was a Muslim. And because when he was in a young age, his younger sisters was killed by anti-Japanese British ally people. And so after he grew up, he wants to take a revenge of those people, and he then become a bandit. But in this film, he was like shaped or figurized as a kind of Southeast Asian version of Robin Hood, where he fight against the British and help the poor, which in the film is the Malay people. And so in 1943, Tani Utaka emerged, but his story doesn't end in the Second World War. But then his story re-emerged again in very specific, I think very coincidentally, very specific and very interesting time during the Cold War. First in the left here, he was emerged in 1960 again in a Japanese drama series called Amazing Harimau, which he was portrayed as a kind of like a cowboy look, that he wears very tight pants and very tight shirts and with a kind of cloth on his head. So when he was on the horse, he is like a very handsome, heroic guy. And so if you're a little bit familiar with the film genre of a Western film, the context of the Western films are always about looking for the new frontier. So we can ask the questions in here, in the drama series Amazing Harimau, what are the real frontiers actually were portrayed in the drama series? But then because this drama series got very popular, that it was actually adapted into manga in the 1960s, and it was also adapted by a Taiwanese language film in the 1966, which is also during the Cold War, called The Tiger of Malaya. But what we left here is only the poster here. The film was completely lost. We can't find the film anymore. And again, in a very interesting time in 1989, his story re-emerged again and was made into a film. And last one, his very last transformation is the most interesting that I'd like to share. He appears in Animal Crossing, which is a Nintendo game. He was one of the animal neighbor in the game, and his name is Tybot. So Ty means Tani Utaka. And I think in the description of the game, he is a Leo, and he's a very good drummer, and he's a very melancholic kind of tiger neighbor. So yeah, this is his latest transformation, and this is a little bit of behind the scenes stories of Tani Utaka. Oh, this one. This one? Oh. Okay. So the second figure is Lok Wan To. Before I introduce the story of Lok Wan To, he is a film tycoon during the 1950s and 1960s. He has his business making Malay film in Singapore, but also making Mandarin films in Hong Kong at the same time. But for me, the most interesting part of his films are he made in the Malay film sides. He is one of the earliest film investor who invested on the film, telling the stories about Pontianak, which is kind of like a female ghost, very famous female ghost in Malay folk story. And when he was producing Mandarin films, he always produced these Mandarin musicals with stories, very melodramatic stories. And Lok Wan To actually appears in one of the videos. And the reason why I'm interested in his story is a very personal reason. It was because of this song, which I will share now. I'll talk a bit about the song later. And at the right side is the lyrics of the song. triangle love stories. The protagonist in this film, Grace Chang, plays a songstress, and this whole film is about her love stories with two men. And because she's a songstress, so she works in the cabaret, so there are a lot of singing and dancing scene. So this is one of the songs that appeared in the film produced by Lo Wan To. So you see the lyrics are really interesting. So if you can identify the city appear or the country appears on the lyrics, it almost obviously show on which ally the boss is standing by. So we see here Singapore and Malaya, and we see here Hong Kong, Kowloon, Taipei, Jinmen. And the title of the song is "The World is One Family." But who is the world and who is in one family? So the reason I was interested in Lo Wan To was because of this song. I was demonized by this song since I was a child because my mom liked to play this song over and over again through a cassette tape at home. So when I grew up, I started to get interested on what's the story behind the song. So Lo Wan To, he has a film company in Singapore. It's called the Kasetsiri Film Company. So I'll just tell you touch a bit about what is a keris. Keris is a sacred Malay weapon. Usually we ordinary people cannot own that weapon. It's by people with certain classes. And in Malaysia, it has a very unique and special situation that it was used by the politician to claim their power. But Lo Wan To, who is apparently a Chinese, established a Malay film production house and titled his company Kasetsiri Film Company. He used the icon is like two Malay sacred weapons crossing together as the icon of the company. And this is Lo Wan To here. He's not only a film producer, a film tycoon, but he's also a very famous photographer and a famous collector of photographic works during his time. And I think he publishes photographic works during when he was alive. It's called a company of books, if you're interested. So why Lo Wan To died in 1964 in Taiwan was because he was there to attend a film festival. This is just for your reference. I'll just speak it fast. A film festival is called the Asian Film Festival. The Asian Film Festival was actually established in the 1950s by a Japanese producer with the initiative of the American News Agency. So the Asian Film Festival was initially called the Southeast Asian Film Festival when it started, but then after the Korean War, when South Korea became part of the member of the film festival, the film festival was retitled to Asian Film Festival, and in 1964. Taipei is the host of the Asian Film Festival. So Lo Wan To was there to attend the award ceremony of the film festival. There was a saying that he was supposed to, on the next day of the film festival, he's supposed to host a grand party in the Grand Hotel in Taipei. But then, on his way back to Taipei from Taichung, he died in the plane crash. And this plane crash is the first is a very important plane crash in Taiwan history because on the plane there are, especially film history, because on the plane not only Lo Wan To died mysteriously, but also other film producers in like the Union Film Company in Taiwan during that time. So what happened after the plane crash was the party never happened, and so it left a kind of like, it totally changed the history. And there are some information disclosed by the CIA, saying that the plane crash happened was that the plane was hijacked by someone who wants to direct the plane to fly to China during that time. So it's during a time of Cold War that Logwanto died in 1964. So we'll come lastly to Jim Thompson. On the left side is something I screenshot illegally. I'm not supposed to do so. Sorry. So there's a Jim Thompson curse. So on the left side is a screenshot, news from the Singapore newspaper archive online, and what is in Malay, but basically it say that the millionaire Thompson is still alive. So there are, if you search that in online, If you search that online, you'll find that there are a lot of stories saying that he was still alive, and most of them are being identified by shaman, by bomo of different places. And what's the relation between his disappearance? One of the stories of his disappearance with the Cold War is he actually disappeared in Cameron Highlands in Malaysia. So if you don't have a impression on Cameron Highlands, here is it. A very beautiful highland. Malaysia as a tropical country, but the country has a highland which feels very cozy, like you are in Europe or in the Britain. And on the second picture, there's even a strawberry park. There's a strawberry plantation on Cameron Highlands, which, if you're familiar with environment, you know that tropical climate is not really suitable for planting strawberry. But on Cameron Highlands, you can plant strawberry. So you can kind of have a feel of that place. But what's interesting about Cameron Highland is this is the Moonlight Villa, where Jim Thompson, on the day of Jim Thompson disappearance, he went for a stroll, and he actually stayed in this villa in Cameron Highlands. I believe this villa, you can still pay to stay in it. So if you are interested, you are welcome to stay in the Moonlight Villa or Starlight Villa next to it. And what's about Cameron Highlands? Cameron Highlands is actually very adapted to the Cold War. This is just a poster from the Garden of Evening Mist. It's written by a Malaysian writer called Tan Chuan Eng. It was adapted into a film in 2019 by a Taiwanese filmmaker. But in this film, it basically tells in this film, it was they shift the focus to love stories between this Japanese gardener and this Chinese woman. But then in the film, you can kind of see the atmosphere because the story actually happened during the 1960s, and you can see that there is some kind of like a Malayan emergency in the film. The Malayan emergency is kind of like a war not declared as a war that happened in Malaya during the 1948 to 1960. And so on the left is a misty forest in Cameron Highlands. And Cameron Highlands was actually, during the Malayan emergency, was actually portrayed as a places where the Malayan communists was hiding, and where the British allies, the Commonwealth, the army from the Commonwealth countries fight against the Malayan communist guerrilla in the forests of Cameron Highlands. So it's actually one of the spotlight of the Cold War, but I actually found one very interesting relation between Cameron Highlands and James Bond, which is kind of like a very iconic film during the Cold War era. So I'm just going to read this as a as a conclusion of my slide. So this is a news report from online media called the Free Malaysia Today, as it quotes. It says, according to an investigation by an Australian historian, Lynette Silver, there is strong reason to believe that Ian Fleming, the creator of the iconic James Bond, based his work character on his closest friend, Dennis, who lived in Cameron Highland at one time. The two had trained together in Scotland for M16 and worked together in the Royal Naval Reserve during the Second World War. Dennis, who was also assigned the Secret Service number of 007, would be the man that M16 tasked with infiltrating the Malayan Communist Party, gaining its trust, and encouraging the communists to take to the jungle. So just some background stories about the work, about how the place that Jim Thompson disappeared mysteriously in Cameron Highland, and how Cameron Highland was related in the context of the Cold War, aside from a cozy retreat that most people see nowadays. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Saul. It's very fascinating to hear the stories of the three men who have lost their lives and somehow became a legend. And if you want to take a closer look to hear more about U Sao's narratives, because there are many things that has been narrated here. Some things hidden, something explicit. And this is somehow, we like to move on to the second panelist here, Chun Young. I saw your pieces over there, very fascinating. You'd like to say something about that, please?
All right, good afternoon, thank you for coming. I have to thank for being invited here. I'm kind of semi-retired, and I thank Jeb for getting me out of my retirement and coming to Bangkok and making an exhibition. I haven't done exhibitions for a while, so, okay. Sorry, I did only screenshots. I was a bit lazy. We have two works in the exhibition, and try not to completely repeat myself, the things that I said yesterday. Well, we have on the 8th floor two works that I am showing in this exhibition, and one of the starting points of making one of the pieces was a series of solo exhibitions that became also group exhibitions and retrospectives. And it started in 2018 at the Art Center Art Sonje in Seoul. And I was interested in calling the exhibition the Overview Perspective. I wanted to make a work that, in the idea of a retrospective, that I also make a work that looks at oneself, sort of like moving away from my own persona and looking sort of like at what I've done in the past 30 years or so. And I stumbled upon this psychological notion called the overview effect, which is the effect when astronauts go into space. They go into space, and at one point they look back from their capsule and see planet Earth, and of course they become very sentimental, maybe touchy, cry or anything. You know, it becomes a moment where they feel, of course, you know, planet Earth being fragile, etc., etc. All these, and it's been analyzed on almost every astronaut that goes into space. So I liked that idea of a moment where we leave our own reality or on persona and transcend and look back at ourselves or at our reality. So this was the starting point to make the work. This is maybe I show. This is the installation upstairs. I didn't take any photographs. So it's an installation which looks like this. There is a vitrine made out of mirror, a monolith made out of mirror, and then there are photographs and an archive of photographs. The archive of the photographs are about this moment. This is the first photograph that was taken by man in space of planet Earth. It was on December 24th, 1968, on the Apollo 8 mission. The Apollo 8 mission's journey was to go to make a helix around the moon and then orbit the moon 9 times to discover, maybe to look out to test the capsule and the machines. And on the 4th turn in the morning, let's say, one of the astronauts, William Anders, looked out of the capsule and saw planet Earth. And then he took the camera at Hasselblad and took a photograph of this moment. And after they returned, NASA developed a film. And only then they realized that it was the first photograph of planet Earth taken by man or human. So it became then one of the most significant and important photographs ever taken. I was interested in this very moment, in this sort of like evolutionary jump or whatever civilizational moment, and the realization that we, you know, look from outside, etc. So I was interested in trying to collect this moment. Can you collect a historic moment? What would it be, and what would be the original photograph? The film itself lies in the Smithsonian vault and etc. is highly protected. But at that time in 1968, NASA produced a series of Kodak photographs, and they were sent around the world to press agencies, magazine, etc. So I'm sure there were thousands of these. But today, of course, nobody kept them. They were all destroyed or they lost, etc. So I was interested to own one of them. After years scouting around and going to auctions, I managed to buy one. So I think I'm one of the few owners of this this moment. So I thought I made it into an artwork, and this is the back side of the photograph. It's hanging up in the exhibition. This is the installation. Well, within the installation, it is in a mirrored sort of vitrine. So next to a monolith that is also mirrored. The monolith itself is a monolith with the same proportions taken from the movie Space 2001 Space Odyssey by Stanley Kubrick, also shot in 1968. And the monolith appears in the film at 4 different chapters. It connects the film, and it appears always when there is a sort of like evolutionary jump in the whole narration of the film. And I thought it would be interesting to connect therefore these 2 objects, sort of like these sort of iconic objects, and create a space with that. With the effect of the mirror, the space itself, both the space that you see, the space of the exhibition space, and yourself becomes fragmented. So the notion of the dimension of the space becomes fragmented. But then with also, as you can see, there's a fake shadow marked on the floor. The notion of time becomes fragmented as well. It stands still. So basically that's the first work. And I shall move to the second work and then quickly explain you the second work. You see it here hanging. It's the neon work that says the buck stops here. You see it in the window of Art Sonja. And this refers to a sentence by, you can buy it at Amazon. The buck stops here by President Truman. President Truman is the US war president, both in the final years of the Second World War, and also who, sorry for the use of the word, started the Cold War, or etc., what one would call the Truman Doctrine. He had it on a table in his Oval Office, and it basically means the responsibility, the decision stops here at my table. I was interested in this whole context of if there is something of a singular responsibility or guilt that we have, or a national or collective historical guilt. There is one scene, if you have seen, I don't know, Oppenheimer, in the movie Oppenheimer, and apparently that's a true story, where Oppenheimer is received by President Truman after the drop of the nuclear bomb. And Oppenheimer is filled with guilt that he kind of created the bomb that killed thousand and thousand people in Nagasaki and Hiroshima. And Oppenheimer expresses his guilt feeling, and Truman tells him this is completely nonsense. You're a completely self-pity person, because in the end the decision was made by him, by Truman, and he has to take the responsibility and the consequences of that decision. The whole thing maybe together is connected to a different work that I created in 2016. It was shot in 2015 as a film. It was shot in Hiroshima and in Jaipur in India, but mainly in Hiroshima. You see the dome, the nuclear, the Genkaku dome in Hiroshima. And within this film, the film is called The Age of Guilt and Forgiveness. I was interested in 70 years after the drop of the nuclear bomb and 70 years after the surrender of Japan. I live in Japan as well. How this notion of guilt and then also this notion of forgiveness in contemporary Japan is, or in our contemporary century, let's say. There is one scene in the film where you see both, it's a couple, it's a love story that I wanted to connect, and therefore connect that notion of guilt and forgiveness both to a relationship, but then also to something of a nation. And in this one scene, the couple are in the hotel, and you hear Prime Minister Abe's speech at 70th surrender of Japan. And in one of the sentences, he says, "We have nothing to do with that war, be predestined to apologize." He meant all the generations now and the generations to come do not have to apologize anymore for the historical things that happened in the Second World War by the Japanese. So I was interested in having that sort of narration part of the film itself. That's basically it. And in the end, since President Moon finally had to step down today, he had obviously also the same sign on his desk. I leave it up to here. We can have more talks and Q&As later.
Thank you, Junyang. It's very fascinating as well to see your projects. Reminds me a lot of the Space Odyssey. I have one piece at University of Hawaii as well, and it made also with sound. So the monolith somehow generates sound that's so annoying. So people have to take the sound off. Still there. But anyway, after I seeing the two panelists talks about their stories and their works, I really struck by the idea of having one's experience get through a lot of histories and so-called maybe PGF's micro-narratives, the things that cannot be spoken out, something that, standing in the room, but we cannot talk, we cannot touch, but we officially somehow get the sense of its presence. So maybe, Kathleen, maybe you can reflect something out of that. Yeah, sorry for throwing such a big burden for you as an art historian here, but yes, of course, I'm sure that you can talk a lot about it.
No, firstly, thank you for having me, and thank you, Jap, for the invitation and to be here with such an esteemed panel. To respond about what can't be spoken about, I mean, Pandit, thank you for that complicated and great question. I mean, I think it goes back to actually some of the comments that Patrick had constellated in his response earlier to the keynotes, which was when he probed the question of what do curators do with the Cold War, and perhaps how is that different from how artists deal with the Cold War, and the wrestling with the imaginary of the Cold War, but also the legacies of the Cold War, because in a sense, how we understand the Cold War today is so much determined by the contemporary. I mean, when we talk about what is visible and what's invisible, the opportunities offered to make an exhibition are often defined also by the pre-existing geopolitical framework. So maybe to give a little reference, what I mean by that is, so I did a PhD on the history of, or it posits a history of exhibitions of Southeast Asia made by artists and made by curators and individuals that were not necessarily commissioned by states, who did so of their own accord. They often infiltrated state systems, played with the pre-existing landscape, geopolitical opportunities to frame regionalism. And the PhD essentially traces that from the 40s into the 80s as a way of looking at it. What is the intellectual space that is held through exhibitionary or curatorial projects and how that evolves over time. But I think Patrick actually does it far more eloquently by saying, like, what are the geopoetics, right? And I think we work with geopoetics more than the geopolitical. We are a result of what is left by the geopolitical, and then we find that space and we create and speak to the unspeakable or that which is difficult. The resonances through what we open up as geopoetic. I have a slide later on about that, but I'm not going to jump to that. So I don't know if I'm answering your question directly, but I do think that there is something to think about there. And I think maybe it's a good way to start talking about a project that I worked on. So with the invitation for this panel and to speak alongside both of you, I was asked to speak about my work so far that I've done on the space race and research into the space race and what does the space race mean in relation to art history. And this was actually achieved through... Louder? I'm so sorry. Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me now? Closer. Okay, sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay. So what I was just saying was to give maybe as a place of speaking to resonances, legacies, which are not exactly clearly articulated, but that become more visible through curatorial projects, that come visible through being with artworks, being with imaginations and discourses of the Cold War, like this conference in the seminar. I'd like to introduce you to a project that I worked on with a fantastic Taiwanese curator, Fang Zisu, who actually invited me to work with her on this project at the Taipei Fine Art Museum in 2021 to 2022. It was called Art Histories of a Forever War. And it was modernism between space and home. And it looked at the impact of the space race as well as development of mid-century sort of design, the creation of domestic space and the objects within domestic space, which were tied to a free world market, like the circulation of artists through the US free world, but also the use of design in East and Southeast Asia in relation to the US. For today's presentation, I'll just talk about the space race because that's what we were kind of focusing on as an imagination. And also because I think when we talk, one of the things that came up with the previous panel was also this question of technology, right? And the media landscape that we sit within and how much that defines meaning making, cultural production, and so forth. So maybe to just start and talking about the invisible, this co-curated project with Fang Zi came about because we were both thinking about what the Taipei Fine Art Museum meant as the first purpose-built exhibition for modern art in Taiwan. I should say I'm not a Taiwanese art historian, so I came in as a collaborator and a regionalist to work with Fang on this. And the museum is located at the former site of the United States Taiwan Defense Command. So in a sense, the museum is literal embodiment of the Cold War entanglements of geopolitics as well as Taiwan's modern art history. So in actually starting to make this show and think about the collection and think about the trajectory of how modern art and how Taiwanese modern art might reach out and fit within an international contemporary art moment, I should say that we showed modern Taiwanese artwork alongside the artwork of Erica Tan, Song Chu, Maria Taniguchi, Chen Yingru, Prajata Pontis, Doris Wong, Writing Factory Joanne Ho, and E. I. Lan. I'm listing this for you because I also want you to know that basically everyone in the show, every contemporary artist in the show was a woman. No one actually picked up on this when we opened the show. But also like, what are the genealogies of this? And when you talk about visible and invisible, right? So the show really asked this question of how can Taiwan's modern aesthetic discourse and its institutionalized modernism be reconsidered in light of the legacies of the Cold War, right? And it did it through two lenses. So it unpacked and contextualized modern art from Taiwan as part of a Cold War convergence of art, design, and technology. And it looked, and one section, the one that I want to focus on was called Cosmotechnics After Space. And this was one of the rooms in it. And Cosmotechnics After Space interrogated the specific cosmotechnics of modern art practices in Taiwan in light of the technological developments that arose out of the space race. So the moon landing, the first images even of Earth from space that were sent back. We focused actually primarily on the U.S. cultural Cold War's influence, by the way, and we focused on satellite photography and the moon landing and that sort of influence. And we borrowed the term actually cosmotechniques, I should say, from Hui Yuk, and it refers to the unification of moral and cosmic orders through craft or art making. So in his view, art practices like tools and technologies don't produce things, but are actually processes of world making. And so I think this is important to keep in mind. And so what you're seeing in this room here is actually an entire showcase of media or advertisements talking about the US perspective of the space race published by the Free World and so forth. But the specific adverts were only circulated in the Asia Pacific. So we were actually, in a sense, I could really resonate with how you were talking about trying to capture a historical moment, because I think curatorially we tried to parallel that on a certain sense, to capture a kind of historical milieu in a sense by bringing the material, that material moment back into context with what was being produced at the time. Now, what you see in the back is what is considered a moon gateway, and we're borrowing that from Wang Ta-hong, who is a Taiwanese architect, and he took the moon gate, which was traditionally an exterior feature of Chinese architecture, and brought it internally. And in the exhibition, if you can see here, we also showed his work Celine, which was actually a proposal that he had, and he was motivated actually by the U.S. Apollo 11 mission in 1969, so the moon landing. And he put forward this design concept for this monument, which you see here, Celine, in progressive architecture. And he had intended to realize the project actually in Houston. But eventually what happened was that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Taiwan decided to build it in Taiwan instead as a national gift to commemorate the bicentennial of American independence. Of course, this actually doesn't happen because of the breakdown of diplomatic ties between the US and Taiwan in 1979. But what we wanted to do with this show was obviously to show what was the impact. Here, for example, you see Haisang Ning's top, down, left, right, and center next to images of the moon. Right, so we're trying to capture that moment of how artists within Taiwanese modern art were responding to things happening within the space race, specifically within the U.S. sphere of the space race, and what it meant in terms of constellating a language, a modern language. So there were two things. Obviously, there were monuments like Celine that were proposed, imagined. You have Liu Kuo-song's space age paintings here. The moon landing was also a media event, as Jun Yang's work has clearly illustrated to us. And you see it within the ink paintings here, for example, where the incorporation of the magazine image is taken into the painting itself. Now, I chose these images to also highlight to you because we commissioned, to make sense, the moon landing was a media event where something like 5% of the world's population together saw the moon landing. And so when we think about the space race, we're also, the legacies of it coming out of the Cold War were a type of world making. First of all, the media moment of it, but it created an imaginary because it created a collective moment at a certain scale that actually was never realized till Princess Diana's wedding in 1981 after. So if you think about that, the type of worlding that's happening through these events is very much constellated through how the media is imagined. And this was because people had televisions and radios in their homes and they were being able to experience sort of the moon landing in real time. We tried to reckon with that in relation to the development of modern design through commissions. Oops, it's okay. Sorry. Through commissions in the exhibition space. So what you see here are actually in the photographs are actually the seating in the exhibition. And and this is designed by Lecker, Joshua Kammer from Lecker, who went to the same architecture program as Wang Tahong many years later. And what you're seeing here is actually the reinterpretation of regional Southeast Asian modern design along with design features that came with the space race. And so, you know, in a sense, the exhibition becomes a space of trying to be with history and to be with the Cold War in a way that makes lived and intimate sense, right? So I think on some level, this responds a bit to Patrick's comments about the geopoetic, about how the curatorial, through a kind of playing with the poetics of the geopolitical, of history itself, holds a kind of productive space for being with the Cold War. We can unpack that more. I don't know if you'd like me to stop here because I'll continue a little bit to just kind of share a little bit more. So, I mean, because this was only one part of the three themes that made up the exhibition. And when we finally made the catalog, we actually included narratives that we didn't include in the exhibition, such as this one by Gil Scott Heron, YT on the Moon. And YT on the Moon was a protest spoken word poem against actually the space race because of the crippling financial effects that it had in the US. And this was one in the moment of civil rights. And so what I should say is that the catalog has this one YT on the Moon poem, but next to it is actually the broadcast that the astronauts like Neil Armstrong put forward when they were, you know, going to walk on the moon. And they were talking about Chang'e, they were talking about all the different mythologies of the moon around the world. So the US was in a sense trying to create a sense of worldliness and world process making. But this was obviously with friction with what was going on at the time. So we tried to hold this type of historical agonism in space. And I guess one of the questions, Pandit, that you asked us was actually very personal, was how this all relates to us personally. And so I don't normally do this in presentations, but to give some sense of how the Cold War becomes a lived reality, even for myself, is when I made this show, it was interesting because my mother's Chinese, originally from Jinmen, so you mentioned Jinmen in your presentation. So the genealogy of my family goes back to Jinmen or Kinmen. So obviously from Taiwan, but my other side, my father's side was actually from the US. So there's a sense of this meeting, and the photograph that you have here is actually of my aunt that was taken by Diana Arbus. This was taken in '64, and this is sort of her, obviously a very early version of an interracial relationship. So the civil rights movement was something that was also very, that harks from my own the history of the civil rights movement is something that harks from my own personal family history and informs, in a sense, the type of making and holding of that type of space. So this show actually in Taiwan was very personal in that respect, because it was a kind of working through of the inheritances that we also get through our family. I will just say also that, you know, one last thing that I would add to this to introduce the show is the end of this section of the exhibition on the influence of the space race on Taiwanese modern art. We included and we punctuated with contemporary works, and specifically this one is from Ying Ru, which was an stellar evaluation. That's the name of the work. And actually what it does is the entire work is an installation that unfolds through the account of Atma, a high priestess and spiritual leader of the Lemurians, which is actually an alien group. And what it does is it presents a parallel history between humans and Lemurians, and her account claims that conceptual and minimalist artists in the 1960s, including Carl Andre, Mel Bachner, and James Turrell, were Lemurians in disguise. So the whole idea, I mean, sorry guys. So there are multiple ways to read this work, and one of the things, there are multiple ways to read this work. The one, of course, is that here we have is the alien history that comes in as the outsider, what is the making of Taiwanese, what is the making of global history, right? That happens specifically with the influence of U.S. minimalism, conceptualism, modernism that comes out during the Cold War. But another thing to think about that with this work is I think that it makes us question how do we write histories from the different perspectives we have. And I think on a whole, if we think about the moon landing, we think about the space race, it introduced a new type of perspective of being with of an international order. I have a comment towards that end about how that resonates in the contemporary, and maybe I'll use that to close, though I have many other things that I could share with you. Mainly also that when we opened the show, the geopolitical agencies, the geopolitical issues of making this type of show actually about Taiwanese modern art, its echoes in the contemporary or its resonances in the contemporary, as well as what that means, was really brought home because these photos are taken from as I was about to head to install, and it was a day that the most number of Chinese military airplanes had entered Taiwanese airspace. So this was right before the opening. But what I would say about thinking about the space race and thinking about the types of ways of, in which the space race becomes important for art history, but also for contemporary projects and holding space for the geopoetics of world making, is that when we look at the legacies of the space race, right? So the moon landing happens and the space race kind of resolves itself on some level, but we have actually entered a new space race currently. And what you see here are some materials from space colonies, so a discourse that develops after. It develops in the 60s, but it goes into the 70s. And you can't see it, but unfortunately what is put in this text by Eric Dexler says that it essentially illustrates his panels titled "The World Is Not Enough," because what happens is that international space, or the imagination of space, or the imagination of Earth from space, becomes a scene of where space becomes the international order. It becomes the only space that we have that functions above the national, right? But of course, that is now changing, right? Because in 2015, the U.S. afraid of China mining rare minerals in space, passed an act to allow commercial entry into space. And so we've entered a new kind of space race, right? But actually the space race now is about satellite technologies that relate to agriculture. Deloitte has actually just put out a report on the space industry, the growth of the space industry in Southeast Asia. And I've included this here just to sort of end, to think about how these histories kind of echo and come back. Because actually, Thailand has one of the longest histories with the space race, with 1971 being part of putting one of the first satellites up, the Landsat, or the ERTS, which was the Earth Resources Technology Satellite. So this was one of the earliest in Southeast Asia. 77 was Indonesia. Singapore only had its first one in 1988. Vietnam actually worked with the Soviet Union in 79 and put the first Asian man astronaut in space in 1980. So what happens after the moon landing and this imagination of a collective world, that you could see the world, that there was a sense of all of us because we could see the Earth from afar, right? Was a sense of then to colonize space, right? To turn to space, because that is where the projections of the international order could be done. And we've actually, in recent years, undone what we did during in the post-Cold War years, especially with 2015 going forward, where space was an international space that everyone owned collectively, but is now a space that is one that you can nationally imprint upon, that their commercial interests could enter into. And I wanted to end there, and I tried to answer your question about invisibility with the show, to talk about the different threads that come out of it, but also to end with the fact that, you know, we came out of the Cold War with a type of world making, of an imagination of a world order that we all could share, right? But we're also I think the imagination, and I would like the artists to give me a sense if this is also true, that we have this, that we're now, there's an urgency around Cold War imaginations because the world order that we built based on sovereignty and nation states and respecting the sovereignty of nation states, however hypocritical that may have been at different points in history, is actually unsettled now. And we're unsettling some of the international orders and international space that we've built. So returning to Patrick, the agency of the geopoetics, I think, is very important. And so the unseeing, what you asked me about the invisible is, I think so much of the art world is about this, about that building of that international space and holding it, in a sense. Yeah.
Thank you, Kathleen. Your exhibition is quite interesting to see. On the one hand, we have Jun Yang, who works on, the world from above, like something that may be powerful enough to see as the one who gazes at the world, right? From above, you have some power, but at the same time, the astronaut feel like the world is so fragile. Our lives, our human beings, right? And on the other hand, we see a lot of ambition portrays in the space racing. And maybe, if you have come across the book by Joseph Nice, Soft Power, published in 2004, there was one section talks about the space racing, as a mean to portray who is more advanced between the two worlds. On the one hand, we have socialist world and liberal democracy world. So the two worlds competing to win who gonna be on the space first, and then it was the Soviet Union, and then the state has come to the moon, and that kind of nailed down the history of space racing. But then again, we have privatization of space, right? SpaceX by the famous Elon Musk, right? So he's now trying to look forward to colonize the space, right? There are many possibilities to see how the space become our colonies. Luckily, we have not met any alien yet, but according to the very smart person in the world, right? He says, well, we'd rather not to encounter the third kind, because we might become a victim of colonization as well. So thinking how the world has been done in the past, right? All the colonizer look forward to a new land, a new places for resources, extraction. And this is one of the things that we can think about. And also, when we see the idea of domestication of space in our daily life, and Kathleen nicely showed us how people think about that kind of idea. And maybe I take this opportunity to give Jun Yang the second round first, and then to Sao Yi later, yes, and then Kathleen again, and then we open the floor for our audience. Yeah, maybe 5 minutes.
Oh, I'm supposed to say something. I don't really have anything particular. Would you like to ask me something?
Well, I think seeing from above, right? James Scott, right? Seeing like a state. That how the astronaut think. But maybe is there any different perspective on that? Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I can tell you a very banal story about this. About the space race, which is when the three astronauts, Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and the third guy who didn't step down, poor guy, when they came back on planet Earth, they really had to fill out a custom paper. They had to fill out a real, because they were entering US territory through space. So they filled out a custom paper, which is in the collection of Buzz Aldrin. And they had to write down the names, their jobs, and also what they brought, where they came from, and what they brought from the moon. So they had to fill out how many rock samples, stones they had to bring. So yeah, sometimes within all these geopolitical space things. There's something banal to it. Yes.
That is an alien card. Whenever you enter one's territory.
At that time, they thought they were contaminated. So the 3 astronauts had to undergo, I think, 20 days or something of a quarantine. So they were put in a special sealed apartment near the space station, and that drove them completely crazy. There were accounts where they had nothing to do, they didn't like each other, and they had to spend like 2 weeks or something all together. And Aldrin was, I think, completely wasted the 2 weeks. They never met afterwards. They didn't like each other after these 2 times.
But still, your work shows some aspect of the frozen time, right? The shadow.
Yes. Yeah.
You like to say something? The stillness. Right?
Well, we made, in fact, for the first time I worked with Gridthiya together. That was for the Gwangju Biennale, and in that I decided to write a play with a friend. So we wrote a play that was shown and performed in the theater at the Gwangju Biennale in the theater. The work itself was also dealt with the moon landing, but our interest was more that this very macho idea of almost like the Olympic Games, faster, further, higher, etc. So we reenacted this sort of moon landing idea of reaching a new territory, colonizing something, or the first in the whole play. There is also the story about how Tenzing Norgay and Hillary were the first to climb up Mount Everest, etc. Permanently, this idea of going further, reaching further, etc., etc. So that's a work I could have talked about, but yeah, it's a bit related to this as well.
Thank you. Maybe, well, Musal, I like to pose some questions as well. Like, there are many artworks. Like Amalgam talks about the lyrics of Soviet Union, but from the very perspective of female gaze, looking at kind of sexy body, over the remnants of socialists, right? But on the other hand, your works look at the three men, right? From female perspective. No, I might be wrong, but it's really interesting to see how you talk about their lives, really manly life, right, of the three men. How their lives come across your idea?
Well, I think the three works for me is explorations in many ways. One way is my interest in exploring history, like HIS, which is a very male kind of term. So I just figure, why not I look at these three men's apparently quite important and important enough that they make films, or they are being portrayed in films, or important in different senses. So this is one of my interests. But I'm also interested in actually in alternative ways or alternative tools or weapons in the state of either a cold or a hot war. For examples, like tools or ways that is not necessary, we seize it as a weapon. For instance, like a pop culture, film, songs, popular songs. I see all these alternative ways. It kinds of tells different things, and it kinds of shape how people see the things today. Because I'm also very fascinated by the idea of fiction, because fiction for me, I remember I read something from a very famous philosopher, but I can't remember the name. It was saying something like there is one similarity between art and politics, that they are all fictionalized. So that is so that's the reason why all some my works are resounding around the idea of fiction and what lies in between the cracks and what are the phantoms or ghosts that were unleashed or that was hidden under the cracks or under the undercurrents of things, and also in speak about the alternative ways, alternative tools, which media is also one of the tools, where the moon landing was such a huge spectacular because of the emergence of media. So because Sony Potapek was released, I think, in late 1960s, and the television sets were kind of popularized among people, and video cameras also as well around the same era. So the development of the media actually coincide with this historical moments, because for example, there are things that we are using today actually comes from some very important historical moments. For example, internet that we are using today are actually American respond when there's one time when in Cuba there's a speculations of a Soviet missile that will be fired to America, and so the response was to create a kind of web that when the missile attack America, that information will still be reached. So that's the origin of internet. So if you say of resonances of the Cold War today, I think we're pretty much still living in the remnants of it, and we're still using things that comes from the Cold War, internet for an example, satellite for an example. Arison has a specific interest in looking at a website. I can't remember the title of the website, but it's kind of like a satellite finder website. And you can kind of key in the coordinate of where you are, and you can click what kind of satellites that you like to see. It's a really amazing image when you click all the satellites. It's like the world map is being covered by satellites. So yeah, I think that's also a very interesting matter for me on how returning to the questions that on the email of what's the resonances of the Cold War, that we are still actually, in my humble opinion, that we are still living in parts of it, and we kind of like a point of no return.
Thank you. And of course, now, Kathleen, would you like to say something about the future forward? You know, the future of curating future stories of Cold War or the New World Order now adjusting, right? We talk so much about Patrick Forrest's geopoetics, right? And now, what is the geopoetics of the New World Order again?
Thank you, Pandit. That's a tough question.
Wow.
That's a very tough question. But maybe if I can link to what you just said, because I do think and this was a conversation actually that Matthew brought up earlier, is that actually, you know, we live in the resonance of history always, right? We can talk about Cold War, we can talk about the age of colonial empire. I mean, even if we talk about the internet, the fiber optic cable systems that power the internet and that stream the internet today are built off the copper systems from the colonial era. And so there is a reason why offshore finance sites, nodal points in our global internet system turn up in points that were important for colonial empire as well. So in a sense, there's a density to history, right? But there's a historian, and please forgive me, I forgot his name, but he wrote a fantastic book called Cultural Dementia. And I think Matthew Phillips and I were talking about it. And that we live in a moment of cultural dementia. We live in a moment where there's a lot of access to information. There's a lot of access to histories, you know, like in the sense that we always know histories. And there's a lot of politics around us. But at the same time, there isn't a clear sense of it. We culturally and societally, we're functioning like we have dementia. You know, there are moments that we act like we are amnesic. We forget that history that has come before. We feel like we're not, I think the last panel mentioned this very beautifully, that we're not learning from the lessons before, that have the historical lessons we've had. And we're also responding emotively, right? And the historian had posited that this cultural dementia is a result of the failure of our political systems and ideological beliefs. And I think we're seeing this now when we talk about the failure of the welfare state. And, you know, we can see across the world cuts to cultural funding. And a long time, cultural funding was a result of the belief that the state needed to provide for these human expressions, that it was an expression of democratic governance, and that democracy was good because, you know, this was a acknowledgement of your agency, and then it was also an acknowledgement that, you know, there were certain types of sovereign powers, right? So our international order, that's fallen apart because on some level we're going broke, right? Generationally, we can't, a lot of governments can't sustain the future, right? And sometimes these imaginations play out also like in the space race. So the whole issue of even YT on the moon and the civil rights issues that came up with the space race was that, well, the U.S. couldn't even afford to deal sometimes with the poverty, the inequalities, and here they are trying to rebuild the world by sending rockets to space and putting man on the moon. Like, how do you justify putting one man on the moon while so many other people, you know, like these are the logics, right? So I can't speak to the future of the curatorial. I think that would be, I don't have the hubris for it, to be frank.
You did your best.
But I do think that there's something here that we share maybe as curators and artists when we're dealing with history. And we're trying to deal with the narratives of history that are often framed, that are often framed within national paradigms or are in paradigms that are trying to make worlds and make societies. I think we're all very hopeful in our space of art, right? Like, why work with fiction? You know, why, why, Junyoung, would you go and hunt down these historical objects, which is a labor, an intense labor, or the research that you do? You know, it is, these labors beget a kind of belief, right? That the type of cultural work we do has a type of process making, that has a type of imagination making, that in the moment of encounter might make a different kind of world. So it's not futuristic, it's actually quite historical in a sense that I'm giving you. I'm not answering your question, but I think that we have to hold this space. Yes. Especially as there is cuts to this space, because the political system that supported it is kind of falling away.
So we keep the poetry of moving around, getting sense of our generations and the history of our generations to keep them alive. Maybe it's a good time because all the buck stops here, so we should leave some space for our audience here. Is there any one of you like to share or to throw us some questions? Please do not hesitate to raise your hand. I have one lady over here, and who's going to be the second? Okay, maybe you first.
Okay, thank you very much for your very rich geopoetic speculations. I was part of the world audience for the moon landing, and I also remember Sputnik. But that's less interesting than the fact that in the introduction to Hannah Arendt's Human Condition, of course, Sputnik is a really important marker of our capacity to escape the imprisonment of the Earth. Now, there's a sense in which today we have a greater need to escape the imprisonment of the Earth, especially in view of the direction that it's going. So I'm just wondering if it's possible, how can we think about this kind of, can we dare to think geopoetically about the escape from the imprisonment of the Earth, or are we forced to only see the the possibility of that escape in terms of the colonization of space in the ways that are being imagined by the man whose name I don't want to mention. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe you want to respond first?
I'd like to first of all just thank you for that very lovely question and a very important one, because I think the question of is it possible, I think that feels like the urgency of cultural space, because we don't have the logics of who should not be mentioned that actually is a product of larger market systems, when you are accountable to shareholders, when you're accountable to a speculative drive to produce value value in a very specific set of terms, right? And I think that we are very privileged to occupy spaces where we're allowed to imagine otherwise. And I would like to think that it would be possible to do so. And maybe it's the limitation for me as the curator here, but I feel the artist would be better to answer it. But I also think for me, one of the works that helped me think about that historically, or imagine the possibility of how you would even begin to break the earth outside of the confines of Anthropocene framework, or specifically one of even the framework of colonization or capitalism, if we want to go to he who should not be mentioned way, is to go back to Ingru's work, so the work that I mentioned earlier, where literally she takes very seriously the idea of a Lemurian history. That the history of minimalism and the history of art coming out of the post-war period in the 60s and so forth, 50s, 60s, is literally an alien history, right? And I think if we follow her logics and don't read it as metaphor, but start from the position that this might be a real way of rereading that moment, we might be able to see the earth in a different way. So I feel like I'm giving you a bit of a cop-out for such a great question by going back to the artwork. But I feel so much that it is in the artwork, and taking it seriously on its terms rather than purely the logic of metaphor sometimes, or the logic of representation, that we can find maybe other ways of thinking. But
Chun? You saw? No? Thank you. Maybe some questions, one or two more questions. The gentleman over there. Thank you.
Hi. First of all, thank you for all the artists and curators to share your story and your experience. So my question is for the two artists. First, Jun Young, I want to know, like, nowadays, do you still find or collecting your own overview? Either is historical or your own personal life. Do you still find your own overview? Yeah, I'm sorry, leaving myself.
Okay. Do I still find my? Well, I try to look at myself every day and think, what the hell am I doing? It's yes. I mean, I mentioned at the beginning. I was interested in. I started this because I started a series of solo exhibitions that started in 2018, then 2019, 2020, 2021. And the last station of it was in Taipei. And after that, I decided not to do any exhibitions, classical anymore. So, so this is therefore for me a rare exception. I felt there was, to a certain amount in exhibitions, not everything I wanted to say, but to a certain amount, things that I wanted to say within my work, that I reached a point where I wanted to step aside, not away. I mean, we are artists. We don't retire like sports people. I think that's impossible. But so I spent the last 5 years thinking about what an exhibition for me as an artist could be, even about myself. So in the last few exhibitions that I did, I also invited in my own exhibition a different Junyang. I found a painter in San Francisco with the same name, and I called him and I said, I would like to give you a solo exhibition at this museum with me. So it was kind of like seeing again a different perspective at myself in a different persona almost in this sense. Perhaps this answers your question.
Yeah, what about your auction? Do you still do it?
I mean, I'm not obsessed by space race in itself.
Okay.
It was one project and one project only. So I'm happy to have all these objects at home. But honestly, I like to move on. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And for Usayi, I want to know in the process of your researching in this project, do you find any other mysterious disappearing person? And how do you end up with these three? Yeah.
Well, I came across this tree figure in different times. So Lokwanto is my childhood nightmare with the songs, and Jim Thompson is coming up actually in a conversation with my father. Well, it started with one day I received an email of a invitation for a commission for the Asia Art Archive to work on artistic archives on something, and so coincidentally I was having a conversation with my father, saying that there was a man who was disappeared in Cameron Highlands, and he told me very confidently, saying that, oh, I read from the newspaper that this guy was eaten by a tiger in the jungle, which tiger is kind of like a very iconic figure in Singapore and Malaysia. Tiger appears in the national emblem of Malaysia with 2 tigers instead of 1 only. And the national film unit, the Malayan film unit, which was established by the British during colonization in Malaya, which was then as the national film company in Malaysia. They use tiger also as an emblem. So for me, what makes the conversation interesting is he might be thinking about a real tiger in the jungle eating a man, but the tiger, in a sense, because of its iconic representations, it can be open. It can open up to different things. So and Tani Utaka was that I like to browse through YouTube on old films. So one day I saw you can see the Japanese propaganda film, the whole film in YouTube, but you have to search the Japanese name. I can't remember the Japanese name. You can just look for the Tiger of Malaya. So it's kind of like a coincidence. And recently I stumbled upon a pirate. I think he's a mysterious pirate in the 18th century, which he claimed himself to be born in Canterbury, UK. And then he grew up in the Arab world, don't know which part of Arab, maybe the Emirates, I think. And he then grew up and became a pirate. And he was very active in the Malacca streets, the streets of Malacca. And he was then captured by the British East India Company, and they gave him a trial in Bombay, India, and then he was sentenced to death, I think. But the whole story was just the only information that you can get anywhere. So this figure also pops up in one of my very recent works. So there are all these mysterious men, but what are they representing is they are very transformative. That they are not only they are not only representing one single identity, but they transform in different stages, in different medias, in different films, in different songs. So that's what I'm still interested in. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah.
Is there any question. We have some room for final question, maybe last question. Any of you like to say something? Okay. Okay. I think we have a lot to say, but of course, due to the time limits and many things had not come above the surface yet, because the exhibition is still there. Be there for you to watch for more and understand all the questions. Maybe you come back later to the artist or throw us some question later. And we have another session waiting for us. Let's give a big applause to our panelists here, Soyi and Junyang and Kathleen Disick. Thank you very much for being with us this afternoon. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Bandit, for your moderation, and then you Soyi artist, Junyang artist, and Dr. Kathleen Disick. So the last session today, now to gracefully close today's symposium, I would like to invite Emeritus Professor Dr. Charnvit Kasetsiri, one of Thailand's most respected historian, to offer his closing remarks. These remarks will be in Thai, so please have your translator on if you need it.
สวัสดีครับได้ยินใช่ไหมครับ closing remark ครับผมไม่แน่ใจว่าผมจะพูดภาษาไทยหรือภาษาอังกฤษดี มางานนี้รู้สึกหัวมันหมุนนะ แล้วก็เมื่อเช้านี้คิดว่าจะพูดเป็นภาษาอังกฤษก็เลยเขียนอะไรขึ้นมา2-3 หน้านะครับเป็นภาษาอังกฤษเขียนไปเขียนมาพอมาถึงที่นี่แล้วก็เปลี่ยนใจอีกว่างั้นเราพูดภาษาไทยดีกว่าหรือเปล่าแต่เอาเป็นว่าถ้าจะถามว่างานแบบนี้นะครับนอกจากจะต้องมีการเปิดเป็นพิธีการแล้วเนี่ยมันจะต้องมีการปิดเป็นพิธีการหรือเปล่านะครับไม่ค่อยจะแน่ใจนะครับเพราะว่าผมไม่แน่ใจว่าผมสื่อกับคุณเจี๊ยบได้ดีแค่ไหนนะครับผมไม่แน่ใจเลยว่าผมรับปากว่าผมจะมา closing remark นะผมคิดว่าผมมาเปิดงานแล้วก็กลับบ้านตามภาษาคนที่สูงอายุแล้วใช่ไหมครับแต่ว่าเธอบอกว่ามี closing remark เมื่อผมเปิดดูโปรแกรมมันก็มีจริงๆนะเพราะว่าผมไม่ได้ดูโปรแกรมมานะครับก็ เมื่อเตรียมเป็นภาษาอังกฤษแล้วก็ขอพูดเป็นภาษาอังกฤษก็แล้วกันนะครับclosing remark. What is a closing remark? From 10 a.m. this morning to late afternoon, we have been listening and seeing a good number of artists, curators, academics from Puangthong, Pawakapan, Tamara Lu, from Kun Jiep, Kun Adulya, to Junyang and Kathleen Disick, a good number of people. And if you have all the documents given to you, I think this is about 12 pages. Yeah, I looked through quickly this afternoon, and I learned a lot. And I am quite sure that you need no closing remarks. Seriously, you need no closing remarks, So, what I like to say now, I think I will talk about myself and the Cold War. And the Cold War. Okay. uh, I must say that I really like the title of this exhibition and seminar, Phantom of Cold War, from the Ho Chi Minh Trail to the Great Steppes. It is like you are about to see a good performance, a good film, or a good opera. It is a title that allows you to think of things connected or unconnected to your personal life. As a member of a small silent generation, I was born in 1941, the year that the Second World War started in Asia. And by the middle of the 1950s, as a teenager, during the long second Field Marshal Pibul's government, I was aware of the Cold War or guerre froide. While living up country, my father was keen in keeping me alert about the war between North and South Korea, and that the US and her ally were supporting one side, while the USSR and Red China were supporting the other. When I moved to be in school and university in Bangkok, I became even more interested in Seattle. I don't know whether you young people here remember the Southeast Asian Treaty Organization, which reminds us of NATO, which is around still today. I was given a grant to do graduate work, because of Seattle. I was given a grant to do graduate work at the University of the Philippines. But instead, the Rockefeller Foundation came in and handed me a big scholarship to America. Therefore, instead of doing tinikling, from 1965 to 1974, for 7 years, I was in California and upstate New York. I did an MA at Occidental College, Los Angeles, and a Ph.D. in history at Cornell. I left the Cold War in Thailand to be at the same war in the USA. I saw the hot war in Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia on television day by day in the USA. I watched TV on July 20, 1969, when Neil Armstrong became the first person to walk on the moon, famously uttering that is one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind, as he stepped onto the lunar surface during the Apollo 11 mission. I became involved with student movement, the New Left in America. I even went with my Asian my Asian friends, to demonstrate in front of the White House in Washington, D.C. After the incident of Kent State University on May 4th, 1970, I don't know if you remember, members of the Ohio National Guard fired into a crowd of Kent State University demonstrators, killing 4 and wounded 9 Kent State students. My friend and I from Cornell carry banner Asian against the war. So that was Cold War for me in the USA. Yes, I went to the US in the middle of the 1960s. I was firmly on the right wing as far as two camps and politics are concerned. USA and Western Europe versus USSR and Red China. My experience, my friend, my teacher helped me to open my eyes, and I moved from the left to join students for the United Nations recognizing Peking instead of Taipei. So I sided with Mao Zedong instead of Chiang Kai-shek. And at that time, the East is red for me. We even sang that song. I came home to teach Southeast Asian history at Thammasat University, Bangkok, from 1973 to last year, 2020. Remember, I am 84 now. I took some part in the twist and turn of Thai politics from the events of 1973, 14 ตุลา 1976, 6 ตุลา 1992, เมษาพฤษภา35 and 2010, พฤษภา53 and of the coup after coup and unending recycle of totalitarianism. So this is about what I want to say to you, that I moved from the right to the left. I remember at that time while we were in America, I started to write letters to social science review เนี่ยสังคมศาสตร์และปริทัศน์จำได้ไหมครับ Remember สุรักษ์ศิวลักษณ์ who is 92 years old now, and remember สุชาติสวัสดิ์ศรี who was here yesterday. They did some kind of opening for us about world politics at that time. And I remember that, I don't know whether you remember this name, Kasetsiri Sampan, who was with Kukrit Pramod, and they founded a political party, พรรคกิจสังคม พรรคกิจสังคม and they became the government, you know. There was a fight between the two brothers, Seni Pramod and Kukrit Pramod. Seni belonged to the Democrat. They won the majority. They formed the government, but the government collapsed, and Kukrit became Prime Minister. And Kukrit went to China to start good relationship between Thailand and China. So this year is 50th anniversary of opening of the relationship with China. So the politics twisted around back and forth, you know. What I am trying to say, and I want to end here, is that I used to think of something black and white. Black and white. I used to think that P.H.D. Phanom Yong was involved in the death of King Ananda, you know. So it was a black picture of the statesman, P.H.D. Phanom Yong. And I used to think that Field Marshal Pibun Songkham is black. He's a fascist. But Pibun was the first rector of Thammasat University. Pibun was also rector of Chulalongkorn University. So now I am changing my mind again that it's not black and white. It is gray in the middle. I don't know if it is correct to use the word สีเทา because we are now with จีนเทา and Thai เทา Thank you.